Sealy Court is trying to set up. Apparently, they took some grievance against a former run that Louis was associated with, attacking a member of the Sealy Court named Marcus Coe. And yeah, Louis forwarded you this kind of very flowery message that's just basically saying that we're not too happy with what you guys did, but we're not going to retaliate just yet. Come to this obvious trap. Louis apparently stuck his neck out for you guys to stay the wrath of the Sealy Court. And so he's now asked you all to get down to the Ale and Whale before you guys actually head to this meeting so that he can kind of do a little bit of a pre-meeting. So, Sparkles, where are you coming from? What are you bringing? All that good stuff.
If I anticipate that we're not going to have a chance to go back home, then I'll bring a few more extra things. But if it's going to, if this is just going to the Ale and Whale to kind of plan and understand things, I'll show up with very lightweight, just my one light pistol, and that's pretty much it. Maybe my little med kit.
Well, Louis didn't really give much instruction, so it's kind of up to you either way. If you think you need to leave from there, or if you'll have time to go home.
Yeah, that's mostly what I need anyway. It's a rare day when I bring my heavier gear.
All right. I assume you're getting there via Cabby, Charlie.
Yeah, Cabby, I'll call Cabby Charlie. And I put Cabby Charlie on a monthly retainer now, so it's easier than just paying itsy bitsies nickel dime as we go.
All right, sounds good. And I assume you'll get there on time or early?
Since it's the Ale and Whale is where we're going, I'll probably go maybe 45 minutes to an hour early. That way, if there's anybody there, I can visit and socialize before I go die.
Sounds good. Havelock, where are you coming from? What are you bringing? All that good stuff.
Havelock's coming from Tacoma. He spent the past probably week and a half in random ass places, including Tacoma at the Rundown Bar, hanging out with a bunch of ragers. He's pretty paranoid right now, having found out Cypress was following him and then doing something to directly piss them off. He's been varying his routine, and he hasn't really been staying at home. He has the little girl next door, his normal apartment, to watch out for Ruffles while he is off on vacation for a while. That's what he told her, but he's been kind of just making himself very difficult to follow, doing everything he can to make sure there's no one on his ass. But he's currently coming from Tacoma, like I said, hanging out at the Rundown Bar. He's bringing probably light gear. I bet he only has a few things on him, so he'll have his pistol and his basic armor and stuff. All the heavy stuff is probably get left behind.
Okay. Give me a general perception test. Nice. All right, perfect. All right, so while you're on your way there, Havelock, obviously you've taken some precautions to keep your routine varied, not go into any of your usual hangouts, surround yourself with people you know and trust, given a general sense of paranoia related to both Kane and cybersecurity, who have both had incidents coming up to today. While you make your way down to the Ale and Whale, your general sense of paranoia does kind of twinge the back of your mind. The Ale and Whale is the trademark place for Louis runners, and you're very heavily associated with Louis. So if there is somebody out there looking for you, they definitely have eyes on the Ale and Whale. But on your journey there, and when you arrive, everything that you can tell, all the precautions that you've taken, and all of the countermeasures you employ when you arrive, checking the usual hideouts and lookout points, you're pretty certain there's nobody watching that you can see.
I want to say that would make it feel better. It may actually make him feel more paranoid.
Regardless, you can go in and arrive just fine. Blue, where are you coming from? What are you bringing? All that good stuff.
Blue is coming from the Orc Underground, which is not too far to the north, probably from Louis, so she will be... Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Sorry? Alright. So you will, she'll load up her fun one, I think that's what I have, which is probably in a parking garage near there. She will leave her arrows and her bow and arrow. I'm an archer. I will leave that gear in the car, and inside my sleeping tiger I will take my knives still and a few reagents in my pocket. Otherwise, I will go. If we do descriptions, I'm an 8-foot tall, plus tall, giant blue troll with flaming red hair. I am often wearing a white face makeup and white lines and stuff on my arm, which is all decor. It's based on my, traditions as a Norse magician. Or whatever I am, Norse aspected enchantress. I do not have horns, though, despite being a troll. It's very telling. But is it daylight whenever we go, or is the sun set?
No, Louis definitely knew that you were coming, so he did the courtesy of inviting you in the evening.
Excellent. All right, then yes, I will go there just armed with my daggers under my coat, but in my long coat. Otherwise, I have no visible weapons.
Okay. Are you gonna arrive early or just on time?
I'm actually gonna arrive early because I'm aware that I am not good with time. So I will arrive early, especially if it's Louis. There's no reason not to just hang out there beforehand.
All right, good. Huxton, all those good questions.
Yeah, Huxton now owns a Suzuki Mirage, the little sports bike. So.
What made you want to change vehicles, Huxton? The old one was so nice.
It was just a midlife crisis. Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with the orc that one-shot my car. That was just a convenient way of getting rid of most of my possessions. So yeah, I drive that now, and he'll wear his recently repaired Sleeping Tiger, which was also recently destroyed. It's not been a good couple of weeks. And then this, and then this. So, yeah, wearing a Sleeping Tiger. Got my Suzuki Mirage. I'll have my both my Warhawks concealed under my jacket. I've also got my ankle holster with my holdout pistol. Nothing crazy beyond that. Normal everyday stuff.
Okay. I didn't hear the results of the lamprey run. Did Huxton end up getting any swimmers here, or too many maleffects from his jaunt under the sea?
No, actually, just about everybody else, but Hoxton managed to dodge any dangerous infections from these weird ass red creatures or the 50-meter dive.
All right, good enough.
I did take a smack from the surface of the water on the jump from the helicopter, but that was rested away overnight.
All right. Are you going to arrive early, late, or?
We're meeting at Louis at the Alien Whale, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm only 20 minutes walk north of it, so with my bike, I'll probably just shoot to be there, 15, 20 minutes early, just to get settled in case anything needs to happen.
Okay, so then you guys will probably see each other in staggered entrances. I think Sparkles was the one who arrived earliest. So if you guys want to interact before Louis kind of calls you all together to have a discussion, you can. Otherwise, we can speed along to that.
Do we know? Or are we the only obvious Shadowrunners there?
I mean, you see a few. It's the Alien Whale, so there are a few other of Louis' runners around. It's not a super heavy night for runners, but you guys don't immediately know that you guys are the contingent that's going.
Okay. No, I'd be polite to Sparkles. See how you're doing. What's going on, Spark?
It's been busy.
You getting a lot of work?
Yeah, Mrs. Crabtree's vacuum cleaner went totally tits up. Had to fix that. And then Mr. and Mrs. Jones's coffee maker, we know how coffee makers are. It started burning the coffee, so I had to get in there and reformat it and get it all of its sensors set back up. That was a mess. And then the handyman lost his tools down at the bottom of the elevator shaft, and he asked me if I could squeeze down there and get them. You can't imagine the kind of things that go on around that place.
You're a suburban hero.
Well, a legend has to start somewhere. What about you? Have you done anything fun?
Huxton kind of rubs his temple and the bridge of his nose and just sort of thinks for a minute and sort of takes his hand down and says, "Nah, nothing." There's obvious distress there, but he gives you kind of a confident smile as he says nothing.
Well, if you ever get bored and you want to come over to my place and help out, I could really use a hand. Sometimes that boiler in the basement, that thing's a mess. And sometimes having that extra muscle around is helpful.
Yeah, I could do that for you.
Okay, so while you guys make your short interactions, nurse some alcohol or not, depending on how clear you want your mind to be. Louis will eventually kind of make his way out. You can tell he's trying to be somewhat discreet about it. He's not just standing in the middle of the room and very obviously beckoning. He makes his way over to each of you as discreetly as possible. I mean, he is the owner of this place. But otherwise, he'll just kind of walk over and quietly, just let you know that he wants to see you in one of the back rooms.
Sorry, who said that they want to see us in the back room?
Louis.
Okay, Louis wants to see us in the back rooms. Okay.
But he very deliberately did it in person. He didn't send you a message in AR or over your comm or anything.
Okay. I will, nod, tell him, I'll be there, and then I'm going to do a matrix perception on my comm link to see if there's any marks I don't recognize.
Go for it. No, you're good to go. Your comm is free of foreign marks.
Okay. Guess we're all a little paranoid today.
Yep. So unless I hear any objections, you all eventually make your way towards the back. The familiar back rooms. He's got you guys set up in room number 1. As you enter that kind of long hallway that has the other back room, it's kind of curious. You notice the usual people who are there playing poker, because there's always people there playing cards, aren't there today, or at least right now. And you guys shuffle into the first back room. You guys feel the usual and immediate sudden disconnection from the Matrix. For those who don't have very strong noise cancellation software or a high enough comm rating, so blue probably, and a slight fuzziness as there's some astral security, but otherwise you're fairly comfortable in the room. As Louis sits you all down, he's got a very pensive look on his face. You can see that he's been a little bit troubled lately, and he kind of gives you all a one over, and he says he'll kind of comm rating 6 without any idea how to use it. He'll kind of give you all a look over, put on a very pained smile, and say, so it looks like we're up to our necks in this, Drek.
Somebody want to fill me in? I'm still not sure what Drek we're talking about.
Not all necks are the same.
He'll take a look over at Blue and Huxton and kind of motion with his hand as if to allow you guys to explain.
Can't hear you very well.
Yeah, am I having mic issues?
No, you're fine. Blue will look at Hoxton. What's the director of the fairies want now? You explain it to them.
Alright, I guess Huxton will speak up. He'll say, this is actually really rough. Huxton will kind of go over towards the door and just kind of ensure it's closed and sealed, whatnot. And he'll turn around and kind of just fix his jacket. Say, we were hired by an individual who asked us to infiltrate a community of magic ferries, the courts. They had us take a individual who contained a bank of memories, as well as the key to access those memories, a small coin, and I gesture roughly how big it was. So it was standard work. Nobody got hurt more than what was necessary to complete the objective. Hell, we even saved a princess in the process.
Sounds like a regular fairy tale.
Yeah, that's to say the least. In the process of carrying out our task, we were forced to set up shop at what was called the Goblin Market. In order to earn our station there, we had to bring some magical oddities of our own to sell. During one of those transactions, I received a memory. I won't go into the details, but it's not mine. It's somebody else's, and it seems dangerous. And I think that they want it back. It's in addition to the fact that we dishonored, I believe his name was Marcus Coe. That's whose memory bank we stole for our Johnson. And then I look at Louis, like, does that about sum it up?
I'll give a slow nod and I'll say, "That's what about I understand. Obviously, these folks aren't very keen to speak plainly, which infuriates all of us to no end. But I'll tell you what happened after your little shindig. A few days later, I got a message from our favorite interior designer, Miss Anapest. She was giving me a heads up that the court was moving against me and mine, and that if she left me a favor to call in as a thank or as an apology for her involvement with the passing of Rufy. So I did a little bit of digging and found out that the court was actually pretty infuriated at what happened with Mr. Coe, and that they were planning to move against me and all of you. He points to Blue and Huxton in an effort to save face and more importantly to regain the custody of the keeper, as I understand they're called, the person with these memories, to get them back, to right this wrong, and as well apparently to have this memory restored to its proper owner. And from what I understood, they weren't going to do that very kindly. So I had to reach out, stick my own neck out, put all of your lives under my name, and use up this favor that Miss Anapest had given us, just to stay their hand. It was enough for me to get them to be willing to negotiate a better deal on your behalf, though I can tell they're not very happy. I'll also be honest and tell you that things aren't looking good from their end. I don't know how much you know about the Sealy Court, but they're very mysterious, and they're mostly based out of Tir na Nog, way up in Europe. So their reach, while potent, is somewhat stifled in the UCAS, especially in Seattle. But I don't know how much attention you've been paying to the news. The court is doing a royal tour of the North American nation, or the American nation at least, visiting certain key locations all across the UCAS and the various NAN provinces and states. Right now, there is a royal entourage in Tirshangir, so there's a significant body of their own power just at our doorstep, and apparently an envoy has come to Seattle a few days early before they make their royal tour visit here. I hope I don't need to impress upon you just how terrifying that is. If these people decide they want to take things or do things by force, they have more than enough resources and a boatload of diplomatic immunity to hide behind.
You tell me they honestly don't know who hired us. They'd rather shoot the messengers.
Louis kind of shrugs and he says, "I don't know how much they know." That's kind of the point, though, isn't it? They're keying off plausible deniability here. They might be doing this all out of spite. Maybe they're trying to use you guys as leverage in the background against the person who you worked for, your Johnson, and it is a means to try and get their prize back. I'm not sure what their angle is here. They've been extremely obscure, and obviously I'm not exactly on the high ground or in a position to demand they be more straightforward.
Sometimes working through third parties, maybe they can avoid the whole going head to head and face to face, full force to full force. And it, from an intrigue standpoint, it's safer.
Louis will nod and say, "You got it right there, Sparkles. They might know who hired you, but they might not want to let them know that they know." And he kind of struggles over the complicated web of connections.
Well, Sparkles knows, and I know, and Blue, if you remember. So for Havelock's sake, the gentleman's name is Amaranth. I believe his title is Goodman, and he is, if not already, will soon be declaring a full-fledged war against these courts.
So we just got caught up in the opening salvo of a war.
Nox can just nod.
Louis will kind of send a look over to you, Havelock, and say, "I think of it more like I don't know how well you know your Fifth World history. Think of it more like a Cuban Missile Crisis. Nobody wants to make the first move. Essentially, you guys are caught in the diplomatic struggle."
Louis, I don't think I mentioned it, but at the end of that amnesia contract, there wasn't exactly anybody to turn a bounty into. The entire floor had been turned to a crimson mush, and I'm fairly confident that that was Amaranth making a move against Amnesia, who was undoubtedly hired by Valerie, I believe her name was. I don't think either side is afraid of making moves here.
He'll kind of nod and say, "Well, it moves in the shadows, at least. There is a certain level of subtlety they have to adhere to maintain their public image. While at large, most people aren't even aware that the Sealy Court pulls the strings at Tir na Nog. If they are making very defiant and obvious displays of power on the streets on foreign soil, especially if they're not in the tier, in one of the tiers at least, things could get a little bit difficult, especially with the Nan. I hear they're trying to negotiate some kind of trade route or temporary relocation of Yellowstone for some reason."
Yellowstone. That's important somehow. Do I need to make a memory check? I want to say it was something along the lines of Yellowstone is a portal or a place where portals can exist to somewhere.
I don't know how you know that, but I don't mind Huxton knowing that. Did I tell you that?
It came up. It came up on the first.
Definitely the last one, was it? Definitely, I remember that partially. I can't remember why it's significant, but I remember it's significant.
Yellowstone.
Yeah, you probably have more memory dice.
Yeah, Huxton, roll me a memory check to remember how much, because I definitely think Amaranth might have mentioned something like that.
It's the only way I would have known it. Yeah, I know nothing about this except for what you have said.
Yeah, no, I definitely I figure, and that stuff is only in Court of Shadows, so unless okay, yeah, so you have a pretty good memory. I definitely say you remembered that something happened in Yellowstone, some kind of like physical connection to the Sealy Courts. It's a vulnerability for them right now.
Would you like me to spend a point of karma for Sparkles to have added some knowledge since I have some player knowledge, or do you want me to try to just keep it separate?
If Sparkles wants to do that, I have no problem saying that over the time Sparkles has been has in different degrees been associated with these courts and these kinds of things, so I find it no problem to for her to have gained a rank of knowledge skill related to the courts.
Okay, I'll go ahead and take. I didn't want to do that ad hoc without running it past you first.
Yeah, no worries. Just put it down as politics, Sealy courts.
Got it.
And in that regard, Sparkles, if you want to roll your your suddenly your retroactive knowledge skill, you can go ahead.
What was the context there again? It's that they're trying to purchase the Yellowstone Park?
Louis doesn't seem too sure. It seems more like the courts are trying to angle for like temporary visitation. Like they're trying to get like Yellowstone itself and its surrounding area like a kind of like a joint sanctity kind of thing, where like it's temporarily placed and named as sovereign soil of Tir na Nog, but like only on a
who owns it right now?
the Nan. I can't remember what nation in particular, but one of them.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, Lou will kind of just give a nod, and he'll say that's kind of the long and short of it. I've got a few more instructions for you all here for exactly how this meeting is supposed to go down. But I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to like it. Okay, Sparkles. Yeah, you definitely know that recently there's been a much larger push in Sealy politics and Tir na Nog politics to strengthen relations between them and Tir Shanjir and the UCAS in general.
Louis,
Okay.
Louis, we
Now-
never like what this has to do with fairies. I feel like we've been pressured to get involved whether we intended to or not.
Do we know what faction Mr. Amaranth represents?
Yeah, he is a member of something that was the opposite of courts.
The Unseelie Courts.
Unseelie
Winter.
courts, yeah.
Well, we don't. I believe there are factions within them. Vaguely. I don't believe we know anything more than he's just on the opposite side.
Yeah, I believe that's the extent of it.
So he represents chaos, more or less.
A different perspective, I believe, is how he determined it, or described it.
Blue would chuckle. It's been chaos since we've run into him. That seems right.
He's done.
Sparkles, you know this, that the Sealy court is divided into like a dozen different factions, all kind of warring and manipulating and maneuvering on top of each other. The Unseelie court itself is shrouded in mystery. There's lots of people who claim to be a part of it with no way to verify it. They have a king. There's not a lot much known about him, but there does seem to be some kind of structure.
Right.
He did us a favor, Sparkles, if you remember, outside of, well, he did
Yeah,
us a favor.
he did us a favor. He didn't do those guys any favors.
No, but he's been loyal, at least, to us since our original contract. He didn't
So-
have to go out of his way to do any of that, although I don't agree with his methods.
And I suspect that so long as your needs align with his needs, he'll keep doing favors right up until they don't align anymore.
It's probably fair, but like Blue said, we've been pulled into something that we didn't intend to be. I'd rather somebody be at our back than it be another blade.
I'd rather everybody be at my front so I can see it coming, but that's just me.
Louis will kind of speak up again and say that, well, this is part of the rub, chummers, regarding how this all swings out. I got a proverbial sword of Damocles hovering above my head. If the Sealy don't like the way things go, they might just go straight after my house and home. They see me as your patron, and therefore I take on the lion's share of responsibility regarding your actions.
That's why we're here. Try to come to some sort of resolution that doesn't lead us dead or worse.
He'll kind of nod and he'll say this. Well, that's one of the most important parts. You gotta keep your eyes sharp and your ears even sharper. They're going to do a lot of misdirection. Obviously, that's who they are. One thing you gotta know about the Sealy Court is they hate lying. It's a big social faux pas to be caught in a deception. However, the best of them, which are some of them who you're gonna rub knuckles with, they're masters at it. The trick is to not be caught. Kind of like the old days of Soviet education, cheating was encouraged, in fact, but severely punished. So you should only do it if you're good enough not to get caught. Same thing is true in the Sealy Court. If somebody is caught in a blatant lie or or deception, their esteem plummets rapidly. But if they're smart enough to pull it off, they can move mountains essentially in a lot of ways.
They deplore dishonesty. They love deception.
Exactly.
I was gonna say honesty with them seems to
I
be a
have
pretty...
the instructions for where and when you're supposed to meet them, but you're not going to like them at all because the instructions say that you need to be going. Essentially, you're going to be put in a catatonic state, shipped out somewhere local. I wasn't made privy to the location, and you'd be released after your dinner was done.
Havelock leans his head down and shakes it for a moment.
Louis will kind of nod and say, yeah, I figured that would be a non-starter in regards to travel.
Do we have a choice in the matter?
He'll kind of nod and he'll say, well, this is the way I see it, and you don't do this as long as I have without getting a measure of some people's intentions. They didn't have to agree to this meeting. Sure, I leveraged a favor to get to talk to the right people, but like Blue said, they're drawing you into this for a reason. So they have some skin in this game too. You totally refusing to meet with them, I suspect we can get them to budge in that regard. They want this to happen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone through so much effort.
I apologize. Somebody was speaking in my other ear when you mentioned, what was the comment regarding travel?
Essentially, they're gonna drug you so you don't know where you're going, and then you'll wake up at the meet.
Won't be the first time I've done that before.
Maybe the first time I agreed to it, though.
I'm a really difficult creature to drug.
Just close your eyes and pretend.
Well, I didn't mean that. I'm just massive.
Louis will kind of shrug and he'll say, I can do my best. I can send them back a message that says that's a non-negotiable term, that you need to have at least some agency in absconding from the place. But from what I understand, the location's pretty remote.
Do they guarantee us safe patches to and from the meet?
Yeah, the message itself actually said you'll have all the rights of hospitality and a guest. They're pretty big on that kind of stuff too, but there's no real telling what they're willing to do and not do behind closed doors.
Yeah, I mean, I think it says honored guests and enjoy the privileges of our hospitality. That's pretty. I mean, that's a commitment to our safety. That means that Magister blah 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 blah. He takes it's his honor who's damaged if we're damaged while under his offer of hospitality.
Louis will kind of nod and he'll say, but I wouldn't bank on trying to use their rules against them. They're the ones who write them, and they're the ones who arbitrate them. Very simple. This could be a big trap where they bring you in and hold you on trial, and if they find you guilty, maybe you'll forfeit your right to being a guest.
The fairies are queens of loopholes. They're the ones who made them.
That's fair, but I mean, it's at least an open door in. It may not be a swinging door.
See if you can negotiate till at least one of us stays awake. I will offer to do so. I'm the most vulnerable to them and the easiest for them to find if they have some issue with afterwards.
He'll kind of grit his teeth and he'll say, "That brings me to another point, unfortunately.
What?
They're a little nervous about you, Blue."
Why? I'm delightful.
They want you there, but they're, let's put it tactfully, they're a little germophobic.
What? Fairies can't deal with a little bit of infection.
That was tactful? Jeepers.
I'm not the flu.
I'm just conveying their own personal grievances.
What do they want to do then?
They didn't say anything in particular, but they made a point to mention their apprehension, which doesn't bode well in my mind.
Well, I'm not going to eat a fairy. They're disgusting.
I
Not
won't take
you.
any offense at that.
You look delightful.
He'll kind of shrug and he'll bring something out from under the table, and there's these small, little, very ornately wrought pins and brooches that he kind of like passes along the table to each of you guys, and he'll say, "These are your signets, so to speak. These are your markers of safe passage." And you guys look at them, and they're made of metal and fine gemstones. Probably not like too expensive, but effort was put into making them. And you look over each of them, and each of them are a zodiac sign. Blue, you have Sagittarius. Sparkles, you have Virgo, and Havelock, you have Taurus, and Huxton, you have Gemini.
Did you say Virgo?
Yeah, Virgo. No, sorry, not Virgo. Libra. Libra's the scales, right? Yeah, Libra's the scales.
By artificing or sensing, can I tell that they're obvious? I assume they're probably of some type of design that is associated with the Sealy Court. I've noticed at this point. Do they have any obvious magical significance?
You don't see any like blatant magical aura around them, so you definitely don't think there's any mana coursing through them.
Okay.
What are these?
He'll just say those are your signets essentially. This is the marker, the billboard to all of the people there to say that you're off limits. So don't lose them.
Do they have any emotional impression on them?
Yeah, roll me your sensing test.
Mm-hmm. Two.
Roll me a memory test along with that, Blue.
Ooh, I'm better at that actually. I remember.
Holy, yeah, okay. You remember. So you look at them like very closely, and there's a slight emotional attachment, in the sense that a lot of hard work was put into them.
Mm-hmm.
But you instantly recognize the design style. You can tell that these were made probably by Marcus.
I'm gonna look at Louis. Like, can I keep this afterwards?
He'll kind of shrug and I'll say it's not really up to me, but I don't think there's any harm in doing so. They're essentially just made for you, like they're personal invitations essentially. So I don't think they would care what happens to them.
Blue will stick it like in the front of like her sleeping tiger, so it's easily displayed like up on her shoulder kind of area, or chest.
Was that the GM, or did Blue mention that it was created by Marcus? I zoned out, but I just heard the name Marcus go.
Oh, Blue would mention maybe they were definitely of Sealy Court design, but yeah, if Louis didn't say Marcus, I don't know that she would say Marcus.
Do those act as a favor? And what I'm asking is by accepting that marker, are we committing ourselves to the entirety of the contract?
He'll shake his head and say, no. From what I understand, again, they've been very difficult in their explanation of what's going on tonight. But essentially, there is a supper or a festival going on that is not completely pertaining to your meeting. So these markers will tell the rest of the guests that you are not to be messed with. These are the markers that tell you that you are the guests of the Magister.
And what about our weapons and arms?
Louis actually raises his eyebrows in a little bit of surprise inwardly and says, this is the kind of strange part. They told me that you can bring whatever you want.
Shit, I don't like the sound of that.
We're in their court. If we want to cause problems, we'll be the ones who die. I said we're in their court. If we get caught, we're gonna be the ones who die. I don't think they'll pay any difference whether or not we bring weapons.
There's still something unnerving about that. It feels kind of like a challenge.
Or the task. If they have some way that we are supposed to redeem ourselves, they want us equipped.
It's true, but in the event that we don't get that kind of luxury, and Huxon will reach into his jacket and pull out the matte black revolver, and like with the holster, and I'm gonna set it on the table. Say, see that this gets to Blizzard. He said that he had a way of finding me, and that this would be the key.
Louis kind of nods and takes it, a little confused, but he, just assumes mages are going to be mages. And he'll say, it might also be a temptation. Quickest way to forfeit your own protection is to show aggression.
We're damned either way. We got messed up in politics of fairies. Might as well just see what they want.
Louis will kind of nod and say, exactly. I don't see a straight way out of this. Dealing with them up front, they're just as perilous as trying to outmaneuver them.
Hey, maybe they just need a few jars of pickles open.
Sure, you live in that fairyland, Huxton. Either way, that's all I've got for you, chummers. All I can tell you is do your best to be aware. I trust your judgment, and keep in mind your own necks are not the only ones that are on the line. It's not just mine. If they feel that Shadowrunners are getting in the way, becoming a problem, they'll make an example of our community.
Yeah, well, we're aware of the price that's online or on the line. We'll do our best, try to come to some sort of resolution here.
Louis, they're also very hierarchical. Who speaks with your voice while we're there?
He'll actually kind of like nod and say, actually, that's like a pretty smart point. That's a good question. He'll kind of mull it over and he'll say, I mean, I'll shoot straight with you all. I'm gonna have to say Sparkles, mostly because from what I've heard lately, and I'll look at Huxton and Havelock in particular, you guys have been getting yourself up with messed up with some other stuff, and I can't afford that you have any conflicts of interest. And from what I understand, Miss Sparkles here will be the one who appeals to them most with her heritage, so to speak.
That's fair enough. I'll support you, Sparkles.
That wasn't really where I was going, but okay.
Speaking of which, that is another point. Actually, from what I understand, all this entire thing is going to be held in Sporethiel. From what I understand, only 2 of you speak it.
I dabble.
I'll change over into Sprithiel and go,
I speak it quite fluently.
Exactly. Part of another reason why I'd like Sparkles to be my voice in this regard.
to everybody else back in English,
Spirithio is actually my native tongue, so it's what I'm most familiar with.
I don't speak it, but I can watch their auras. I'll at least know if someone's about to get mean on us, unless they have good masking.
I could pick up a word or two here. Maybe I can follow along.
Louis will kind of chuckle at that comment, Blue, and he'll say, "These are 1,000-year-old magical beings." I can tell you that the senior, most of them will definitely have good masking.
The seen ones will, but probably the minions might not.
He'll nod at that. So yeah, definitely, their agents are not likely to be so well versed in magic as they are. Otherwise, I'll send my message to them asking to change the arrangements for your arrival, unless there's anything else you need from me.
No, let us know how that goes.
He'll nod.
Are you going to arrange for them to pick us up here, or are you going to arrange for a meet at a disinterested third-party location?
He'll say, from what I understand, they want to get this done pretty quickly, so I think they're gonna pick you up. So if there's anything you guys need that you didn't bring with you, I'm happy to loan it out.
I'm ready.
Yeah, nothing else I need. I won't know it till we get there.
He'll kind of nod and he'll say, "Yeah, you get that this is high stakes. I hate to ask this kind of question, but is there any affairs you all need immediately put in order should things go south?"
I'll send an AR file over that has contact information. If anything happens to me, just so you know, it's just everything goes to Charlie Grey Wolf. He's in my contact sheet.
Yeah. We don't have to go through all of you guys' particular things like that. Louis just making sure he's covering all his bases. And I assume that if you have any of those precautions, you tell him in that moment, and should it become necessary, we'll do a quick flashback and say what you would have done.
Always the
Otherwise,
optimist, Louis.
he says, "I prefer to think of myself as a realist," and then he'll go off into a separate room and obviously make his call. So unless there's anything you guys want to do while he is calling, he'll eventually come back and give you all a nod, and he'll say they're willing to waive the catatonia in favor for maybe a little more eccentric travel, but they seem pretty firm in not wanting you to know exactly where you're going.
What do they have in mind?
They said essentially it's just going to be a blacked out van, and you'll need to turn all of your wireless and matrix access off while you're in there.
Strip a girl naked, why don't you?
He'll nod and he'll say, "I know it's not convenient, but it's as far as I was willing to get them to go."
Yep, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's a step in the right direction.
He'll nod. He'll say they'll be here within 30 minutes. So do what you need to. Otherwise, I got other business to attend to tonight.
Well, I have nothing else I need to do, so I'm ready whenever you are.
Once Louis walks out, Huxon will say to the rest of the group, Sparkles and I made a call to Amaranth. It's the member of the Unseelie Court that started all of this. And as I said, he became aware of essentially this dinner date, or at least that something like it was going to be taking place. So
Does he know that you have that coin?
I don't have the coin. We gave that back. He knows that I have the memory, yes.
Okay.
But he sounded eager to find out more about this dinner. So his resources and connections, I just want to make sure we're all aware that no matter how the evening is going, to be ready in case something drastic happens. I don't have any, I'm not hiding anything. I don't know anything more. I'm just making sure you know what I know.
So, if there is an interruption, whose side of the coin, as it were, do we choose?
Oxen's face kind of looks strained as if he was dreading that question. You tell us, Sparkles.
Well, keep in mind that the token that we wear is only worthy of protection so long as we honor it in the same way that the host does. It has to be reciprocated. It is certainly a two-party contract.
It also paints a very large target for any Unseelie agents that see us wearing it.
You know this, Sparkles. There are Unseelie agents in the Seelie court that have regular access to the court. Their status as Unseelie is more rumors than like definitive declarations, but like it is definitely known that if there is a gathering of Seelie court members, there's probably likely to be Seelie agents among them.
You mean Unseelie?
Yeah, Unseelie. There's definitely Seelie agents among them, but there's going to be covert Unseelie agents among them.
Right. My point is, if somebody takes overt hostile action, either direction, we become pawns to both sides instantly.
Yeah.
And as long as we wear this favor, we have we have at least some protection within the Seelie court. The minute we either violate that agreement or we take action that displays favor towards the Unseelie, then we become less pawns between the two parties and targets for both sides, because we have been part of the Seelie, so the Unseelie will question us, and we turned on the Seelie, so the Seelie will question us. I just wanted to try to understand if we have a side that we want to take out of the gate.
I hate
That's why I
politics.
asked.
We just kill them all. More likely die trying.
So,
That makes you the queen, Blue.
on the other side of it, we just play our own faction, and we just make it be 13 factions instead of 12, and 13's a good lucky number.
You were talking about the retirement goal, Sparkles. I know
Yep.
I know it has something to do with this. Are we gonna step on any toes?
Oh, that's just a dream.
You don't mind if we shoot your dream in the face?
Yeah, I'll wake up tomorrow and have a new one.
That's excellent.
Face or dream?
Well, sure. Either way.
Yeah, it might be hard to tell you apart once we get in there.
Blue taps
hard
her
feeling.
eyes. It's easy enough to replace both.
Oh, you know what? Here,
I'll put gold. Let's see. I'll float over behind the bar, and I'll take a ribbon off of some fancy bottle of smancy stuff and use it to tie up my hair so that you can tell which one I am, because they won't have something like that.
That way, in case there's anybody that looks like me, you'll know which one I am.
Perfect.
You also have your Libra marker, your brooch. So, assuming nobody else will have that.
Yeah, that's like a small little thing, right? That's like pinned to our chest.
Yeah, and it is sparkle sized for sparkles. So.
I never mind having a new ribbon anyway.
I feel like you just wanted an excuse to steal something from the bar.
It's not stealing, it's borrowing. I'll bring it back. Okay, so I still didn't hear a final choice. Are we going to opt to stay with our favor and choose the Sealy side? Or are we going to choose the unsealy side if it goes to a head-to-head thing? Because we don't want to have to make that judgment on the fly.
The way I see it, the Sealy Court wants to kill us, and the Unsealy Court paid us to do things. But like you said earlier, that might change as soon as they're done needing us. And they have done some pretty vile things.
The Unseelie Court has tricked us every time into getting involved.
I just want to know, I mean, it could be a 51% to 49% where we change very quickly. We just may not be able to communicate at the time. And if I have to make a choice, I want to know where the party wants to go.
The Unseelie Court has tricked us many times to get involved in their politics. It's always been more than just a job each time. And the Sealy guy makes neat art. I vote for him.
What about art?
The Sealy
He makes
guy.
art.
She like grabs hold of the kind of the cloth around her pen and like, the guy. Or whatever. He makes pretty things.
Did Marcus make that?
I think so. And she'll like lower her head and kind of look up at you like she got caught in a secret.
Yeah. That means that he knows where we are then, right?
Maybe not. Louis delivered these. And clearly he made them to size, and she points at Sparkles.
Yeah, and Hodgson like takes his, and I don't know if it's like just the Roman numeral 2 or if it's like an actual picture of a pair of Geminis. Like they'll kind of like look at it for a second and say, yeah, and they've got some significance to them as well.
I don't know necessarily using them to track us, but I imagine we're going obviously at his invitation, and he probably wants some type of repercussions. Right? Either we do a task for him, or perhaps he murders us when we get there. Either way, and Blue will show like an excitable like smile full of teeth whenever she talks about getting in a fight.
No, he was an artist certainly, but those Christmas trees of his, I'm sure, would delight at a rematch.
You'd be surprised the favor an artist can obtain.
Be ironic if he shoots you with your own gun.
I don't have a gun.
You sold one to him.
Did we?
Yeah, the
the bracer?
bloodthirsty imbued item.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that artifact. Yes.
But that's fair. We'll side with our dinner guests. At the very least, hopefully they'll be more inclined to honor than the shadowy agents of the Unseelie Court. Am I a hypocrite now?
Haven't you always been?
No, not until this point. Now I'm
Yeah.
afraid of crusting shadowy criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Pulls down the horoscope for each symbol, and all of the symbols just say that.
Same thing. Huxton, if you look at yours like a little bit closer, just examining it, it's not like it is a pair. At first glance, it's a pair of Roman numerals. for 2. But as you look closer, it's actually like a pair of people that are forming like the 2 pillars. And you can tell that like very slightly, both of the faces kind of match your likeness.
Yeah. Yeah, Marcus Coe has a sense of humor. We'll try to make right by him. That sound good to you, Havelock, Sparkles?
Yeah, sure. I don't see how either one of these factions have anything to, any reason to keep our best interest in mind, but siding with him sounds a little bit better than siding with the other.
Sparkles Athelbur of Kent was an Anglo-Saxon queen consort of Northumbria, the second wife of King England, and she was crucial in converting the pagans of England to Christianity.
But why does the Sealy care?
You didn't know? You can tell that, like, from a matrix search, you know that a lot of, in the Fifth World, a lot of Celtic and Scottish traditions surrounding fairy mythology were kind of converted and Christianized when Christianity arrived. So, like, a lot of goddesses and gods turned into saints or demons, depending on how important they were to the people. But that was all in the Fifth World, when supposedly all of this stuff was not around.
Okay, I just want to make sure there wasn't some Sealy calendar that said on the 5th of April we're gonna take a troll, 2 humans, and a pixie and sacrifice them.
Nope, nothing that obvious. Okay, so unless I hear it differently, you guys will kind of wait in the bar. Louis will give you guys a signal to let you know that somebody's arrived for you.
Oh wait. Sorry. We had a half an hour, right?
Yeah, you got half an hour.
All right. After kind of just fleshing through that, I'm gonna excuse myself, and I want to run down to the corner and hit a stuffer shack.
Yeah, sure. You head down to a corner and find a stuffer shack with no trouble at all.
All right, and then I am going to pick up one of the, well, probably a couple bottles of some of that perfume crap.
Black Panther?
I think Black Panther was the legal one. Let me double check. I had it open, then I closed it right when I realized that I could do it now.
All of those special colognes are restricted.
Nah, there's one that's not.
Oh, is there?
There's one that's only 6. Aztec Fly gives a +1 to con versus metahuman.
Oh, okay. If you guys want to pick some of that up, sure.
We were talking about how much con crap these people are doing, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to spray Sparkles down with it.
Sounds good. Yeah, especially at Sephiroth, you have no problem finding Aztec Fly.
Yep. So I'll grab like four bottles of it if there's that many in the display, and then race back.
Okay. You pick some of that stuff up, mark that off in your run expenses. I don't think it's too expensive.
$100 a pop. I grabbed it. It's all good.
Cool. And you've got that stuff now, so douse Sparkles in it. Let her bathe.
Other way around, Sparkles. We're gonna go against Amaranth.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I think I misunderstood.
Marcus Coe is the member of the Sealy Court that we ran against. We are going to attempt to side with him as long as the negotiations are going in that direction.
Be right back. Somebody's at the door.
I didn't put it on yet. I mean, I guess you could smell it in the bottle.
Yeah, I was about to say, seriously, it probably smells bad enough I can pick it up before, like, just you walking back in the bar.
Let me see if it has a descriptor. Nah, it doesn't have any type of descriptor. So it probably smells like the latest of like a Miley Cyrus perfume.
God, the stuff reeks. He's like rubbing at his nose, trying to get the smell out of there before switching off his filter to keep him from smelling it.
Yeah, well, it'll apparently make it easier or harder to tell a lie around. Look at you, you're all disgruntled.
It's the objective just to distract everyone with that god-awful smell.
When it comes to it, we'll need every advantage we can get. Sparkles has never been one that I've seen that's been able to tell a lie.
I think lying to these people may be the wrong tact.
Well, detecting a lie.
Fair enough. I'll keep my eyes out. I'm not sure I'll do any better, but I think we're actually going to have Matrix access out while we're out there. I know we're going dark on the way over, but if we got a DNI, that'll help. But if we don't, we may need some way to communicate with each other.
I carry a pack of subvocals.
Let's make sure everyone has one before we head out.
I assume you mean micro transceivers, right, Huxton?
Yeah, microtransceivers. They come with subvocal mics and the little earpiece thingy.
I have
yeah.
a subvocal. I don't have a micro transceiver.
Okay. I actually carry 5 microtransceivers for specifically this reason, so we never have to awkwardly run back to Stuffer Shack.
It's a one-size-fits-all, right?
Yeah, you just put a. Actually, I guess I don't know if they make child size, but you stick this part in your ear, you put this part down by your voice box, and we can communicate over a radio frequency.
I have earbuds already in. I don't know if I can put 2 things in my ear.
We won't need those earbuds if we're not allowed to run any electronics while we're there.
I can put them in my pocket.
Okay, so given that we've been going for about an hour now, let's take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 1:15.
Sounds good.
I might need a little bit longer than that. I told him I'd feed the dogs when I took our first break. So if I'm not right back on the 5-minute mark, I'll be right behind that.
No worries.
We can just assume Sparkle's got cold feet and ran.
Though if you don't mind, I have a month of back time. Can I trade out my my addiction quality? I just want to get rid of it. I'm gonna trade out Dryatic and then buy off the difference.
Yep, as long as you've got the downtime and the karma for it, totally fine by me.
As long as we weren't gonna be stuffing guts in our mouth, that should be good.
Hey, you don't know, maybe they cater to ghouls.
That's cool. I'll eat some people. I just don't want to take more drugs.
I think she meant literally the drug guts,
yeah.
not human guts.
The guts quality, yeah.
Yeah, the night at Glamis, I got an addiction to guts, so I have a month of downtime. I would have spent some time going through withdrawals so I can buy that off.
Fair enough.
You bringing your bow and arrow, Blue?
I plan to.
I don't think I've seen you shoot that since the accident.
I have. It wasn't an accident. Wait, I mean this one. And she points like at her whole person.
No, the one that happened before that one. The last time Louis' runners made enemies.
Oh, yeah. No, I have. I've gone hunting many times.
You look good.
Well, I guess I didn't shoot my bow. Oh, we've ran together recently, the marble thing.
Yeah, you didn't shoot the bow.
No. Then these fools, and she'll just kind of gesture in the air, invited us to some castle in Scotland. We took another job with that, and they were involved again. I don't like fairies. I don't know how we keep getting mixed up with them.
Probably Sparkle's fault.
She's a pixie. She's not a fairy. Unless she has really good masking. Also, what's going on with you?
What do you mean?
What is that you have there? And she'll like twirl her finger, and your aura probably just inches from like your chest.
Yeah, it's a sleeping tiger. I picked it up after coming back from Cuba.
I don't think that's the case.
What do you mean?
She'll narrow her eyes, like try to sense you.
I would say you could judge all intentions, but I'm fairly confident Hoxton doesn't know.
Your aura has little sparkles in it when they didn't used to be before. You have masking.
What's that?
Look at my sensing to shark. See when I give it 3 hits.
3 hits is unfortunately not enough. You know my magic rating is lower than yours, and it
Yeah.
depends on interpretation of if it's always been lower than yours.
She's probably more looking like if you've got disease or matter toxins. Like you're not awakened or you're not infected.
Yeah, I'm not infected. I'm not awakened. My magic rating is lower than yours.
You don't have any astral signatures. Something's different about you.
You're not the first one that said that. Could it be trauma? I did blow myself up recently.
No, you have something more magical about you. I'm not sure about.
Maybe it's this perfume that I like hold up a handful.
That reeks. Get it away from me. My enhanced sense of smell. I mean, it's like, I can't filter that dreck out like Havelock can. It's a,
Put it back in the bag.
Is that the one that's per metatype? Like you have to specify which one is for?
Oh, is that how it works? On Hero Lab it just said versus metahumans.
Let me see.
If I have to specify, they probably didn't have any for fairies.
For fairies. Well, first of all, they're awakened creatures. I don't know that they're human. And secondly,
I don't know that either.
I have astral denizen knowledge.
Yeah, no, I mean, you
Yeah.
can know it. I still would have bought it thinking that this would be useful.
No, I just think the Spanish fly. I think's the one. Whenever you buy it, you pick which metatype it's associated with. Maybe not.
That would make more sense since it's
Yeah.
not just like 1 cent, for everything. But
I haven't looked at those in so long. Let me see if I could find it. Oh, it's the Aztec fly, right?
Aztec fly, yeah.
That's why I couldn't find it.
You were calling it the Spanish.
It just said, yeah, it is just is metahumans. I guess it was a different one I was thinking of that it was specific metahumans. Yeah, Spanish fly, Aztec fly. Sorry, they totally didn't rip that name off from anywhere else. Like, I forgot how much cool stuff there is in Cutting Aces. I totally wanted to get that nail polish that lets you see toxins.
Yeah, I think I got one of the rings.
Oh, specifically, Aztec Phi is a +1 to con seduction test.
Oh no, is it just seduction? Does
I
it say?
think so. It has con and then with parentheses seduction test. So
I don't know. There's a king of the court, right? Maybe
Yeah, well,
Sparkles
we
can
got
seduce somebody.
Sparkle. Exactly. Yeah, maybe Marcos will try to seduce Sparkle.
Are we all here?
I suppose so.
Ooh, Sparkles might be out for a moment.
Oh, I forgot to get back my diving equipment.
And that is where your Achilles heel will come in on this run, Huxton. You're
Yeah,
gonna have
the
to
people
go
from
underwater.
my last run. Oh, damn.
Angel right now comes in and breaks your kneecaps because you stole his diving equipment.
Yeah, no, it's alright. I just deleted it. I'll drop it off before. I'll ask the van that's taking it. Hey, can we go drop this stuff off? But yeah, Hoxton will just tell you, Blue, that I don't know. I don't know what that's from, but you're not the first person that mentioned it to me. If you know of any way of learning more, I would appreciate getting it off my conscience.
Are you sure they're not infected? That can do it.
I haven't been bitten or bled on.
You want to be.
sort of stare blankly. Do I want to be infected?
Well, it would be way easier if I had someone else as strong as me who could help move me when I go down. You look like you would survive the change.
I oddly think that is a compliment. But I've been working out, and I gotta like flex one of my muscles. I recently gained a point of strength. So I'll think on it.
All
I
right.
don't think it's okay to tell a ghoul no. I don't say that part. I just think that part internally.
But we still have awkward eye contact where you realize you think,
Yeah.
did I say that out loud? No, okay.
Right, yeah, like wait to see if you get mad. Like, okay, no, that was the inside one.
I think the same rule applies to ghouls and Wookiees.
Yeah, that's fair. They both like belly rub. Oh, they both use bows. What the hell would even happen to me if I got infected?
You'd gain what, like 2 points of physical stats and
I
dump
don't
what little
mean
summary you have?
mechanically.
Just try to answer the question.
I don't
Well,
know if you
you-
could be
You'd get a little less smart, but much stronger.
What are you trying to get infected with?
Well, I think he's sick, like me. I mean, he looks healthy, but I don't believe it.
I feel like Havelock was missing for the first part of that conversation, but after that, he's gonna like casually walk up to Hoxton and just smell him and just give a good sniff.
what the fuck?
Very subtly though, just to smell and see if you've got any sort of.
Let me see if that's subtle.
odor. What should I roll for a sneak smell? Like a what is that opposed with?
I give that'd be an etiquette check to make it look indiscreet, or to make it look discreet. So
I'm down
etiquette
for an
charisma versus Cuxton's perception charisma. Cuxton is the defender in this case.
And as for what you would actually smell,
You smell that Aztec stuff.
no, he filtered that out.
Yeah, I won't have to smell that again.
Not sick or diseased, so I think you smell human.
Yeah, I mean, there's Hoxton's scent, whatever that is, and then there's just the dry smoke, and you could probably smell the chewing tobacco. Like, but yeah, there's no.
Wait, do you
there's
have the
nothing.
same sleeping tiger? Did you get it repaired?
Oh, it's the same sleeping tiger. Yeah, I
You
got it
probably
repaired.
then would smell a little char and perhaps some lizard.
You smell a little bit of lizard. Sure, we could roll with.
I mean, it's 3. I only got 3 hits on that, so I'm not sure if I pick up the lizard amidst all the other things. Havelock thinks you're probably fine. You smell like normal. You smell like old books and church, so that's about what
You
you
can
expect.
definitely smell a little hint of existential dread.
There you
Well,
go.
that's fair. We all feel that.
Yeah, that's got Hoxton's scent on it.
I'm tempted to edge that roll, but I'm like, nah, I might need that later.
Right, that'll be it. You edge this for a while. We fast forward to when we're on a spaceship and you're trying to hang on for dear life. Kind of shrug you off, like personal space, man.
Oh, what? Yeah, sorry.
Otherwise, you guys will wait. Eventually, an Ares Roadmaster, all tinted vehicle windows will drive up. Sparkles in the matrix. You can see the vehicle's icon just fine, but anything inside the vehicle is just not there.
Just like our stuff will be in just a minute.
Yep. The back of the van opens up, and you see familiar, or at least familiar to Blue and Huxton, 4 large, burly forms. They look like they have skin made of bark, long kind of oaken faces, the Christmas tree men, but now there's 4 of them, come out of the back.
Do I recognize any of them?
Yeah, sure, make me a memory test. Yeah, okay, yeah, so you quickly look over them. They're pretty uniform because they don't look like people at all, so it's hard to tell them apart. But on one of them, you notice a kind of familiar looking scar on his kneecap.
Yeah, kind of like hold my hands out just a little bit, like assuming they're coming towards us to do some sort of something. And it's like, how's the shindig guy?
You are met with 0 response. They're all very stone-faced.
Hey, it was
As
no
a-
hard feelings. Just doing what I had to do. Could have been an artery.
A voice will come out, a familiar voice from the back of the van, as a familiar-looking woman, swaddled in a variety of extremely exquisite-looking fabrics, and long, tough, raven black hair, comes out of the back. Valerie Stone comes out, and she says, "I had a few hard feelings, Mr. Huxton."
Yeah, Huxton's kind of playful smirk disappears into a kind of a serious face, and says, with like kind of a quieter tone, says, "It's a shame, Valerie. I thought we had made a deal."
I did too, and then you. Well, that's what we're talking about tonight. Is I'm not going to get messed up in these politics any more than I already have to. Just here to verify the identity of each of you and ensure that there's no funny business going about. So you watch as her aura becomes dual-natured blue, and she stares at each of you momentarily.
Oh, great.
Blue.
And Blue, roll me a sensing test.
Okay.
Each time she looks at, well, actually, only when she looks at Blue and Huxton, she produces a small object in her hand that you're not quite sure what it is.
Ooh, I'm on fire
Ooh.
tonight. I keep all those.
Yeah, you are. So each time she takes out one of these objects, Blue, you can see both your astral you can see your astral signature and aura on when she looks at you and on this object, and when she takes out Huxton's. When she looks at Huxton, she takes out an object that bears his aura, but not his signature.
Is it like like an astral camera or something? Is it like kind of remembering what auras we have, essentially, or something like that?
Yeah, you would probably associate it with like a Quicksilver camera photograph.
Just something that's kind of remembering our auras. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And she'll quickly do that and look over each of you. She's fine with everybody else. I'm gonna have her roll for Huxton.
It's not my fault.
So she'd be able to. I'm interested for input on this because I rolled it on another run. With 3 hits, you can tell somebody has an astral signature, and Huxton now does have an astral signature. Yeah.
He potentially, but he definitely has a magic reading, which wasn't there before. So if Blue sees her like extra staring at Hoxton, she'll look at her. He's changed somehow. We don't know yet. But it's the same
Hoxton
one,
kinda
I promise you.
She'll kind of narrow her eyes and grit her teeth a little. Says,
I'm gonna like as she narrows her eyes, I'm gonna just start slowly bringing up really subtle details about the memory that's in my head until she tells me to shut up.
Sure, yeah. Her eyes instantly dart up, and she glares at you daggers, and she will look at both you and she'll say, you've shown what your promises are worth, but the fact that you still have that memory."
And just for Havelock's sake, since he's the only one that doesn't know about the memory, I probably mentioned something about describing the inside of a medieval castle, and trusting or bringing somebody to my queen, like something just very subtle details about that stuff that obviously Hoxton never did.
She'll kind of give a nod to the big burly treeman, and then she will look at all of you, and she will begin to part ways. She just literally starts walking down the street.
Safe travels, Valerie. Streets are dangerous around here.
She'll kind of look at you, Huxton, and I'm going to roll a composure test.
Bitch, I'm wearing a special medal. She can't hurt me.
Okay, she does not
Please.
keep her cool. She like flips around towards you, Huxton, and she'll say, "You'll get what's coming to you, Oathbreaker."
Buxton just kind of nods, thinking about it.
Boy, y'all been making all kinds of new friends.
And then she'll leave. The treeman will usher you guys inside the back of the van as long as you consent to follow in.
Huxton leads in, and as Havelock says that, he'll turn and just kind of quietly say, "Yeah, got your Christmas card. You're doing great too."
We all gotta do our part.
I'm starting to understand why Louis didn't pick you.
Pick who?
To be our spokesperson.
Huxton shrugs. So, I got opinions.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
The fairies. I find them less scary when they're angry at you. It's when they're smiling and happy you have to be.
When they're what? You got.
I find them scary when they're smiling and happy with you. I find them easier to deal with when they're angry. At least you
like
know they
that.
don't like you.
That's certainly one way to take the initiative.
Let's go, my queen. Your chariot awaits, and I'll hold out a hand to help Sparkles up onto the van. Although she could probably just fly.
Yeah, you guys get into the back of the van. There's a partition that's blocking off the front of the van, very much like you'd find in a limo. There's no windows. It's completely blacked out. So the treemen kind of file in with you, with them and you in the back. It's pretty squished, but they managed to fit the doors shut. You hear a locking, a light winks on, and as soon as the doors shut, Sparkles, you especially notice this. Everyone will notice, but Sparkles most acutely. Your matrix access totally goes blank. You guys can still communicate with each other via DNI, like your comms still are able to send messages to each other, but your matrix access is totally gone.
You said what? We could still do what? Back and forth?
Oh, sorry, not your comms. Your micro transceivers. You still have the ability to send signals to each other, but any kind of outside signals are totally gone.
Okay.
Psst, psst. Testing. We're cut off.
I'm sitting right next to you, Sparkles.
Yeah, but did you hear that in your ear, or did you hear that in your other ear?
Yes.
Just checking.
It's gonna be okay. I'll like gently pat her knee.
Okay, so the van door's shut and you get ready to go.
Get fresh.
Did the treeman get back in with it?
Yep, they're sitting back there with you. They are as stony faced as ever.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stare at the one that I shot for most of the ride.
He will stare forward. Doesn't seem to really make note of your presence.
Is he wearing pants?
No, they're naked. You don't see any tree parts though.
So how do you go?
Do you think they need to go?
I don't know. You need to
mean-
go, Christmas tree? Should we stop? Hit a bathroom on the way?
It's a bit early to be so disrespectful. Can't you at least wait till we get to the court before you start insulting people again?
I'm anxious.
You saw them walking. They were going just fine.
What she said.
Hawk's gonna just throw up his hands. Like, all right.
They can go and they can stop, look, and they can sit. They can do lots of things.
So you guys travel for about 20 minutes, and then you feel the van slowly slow to a halt, and you can feel it idling in a place. You hear the clicking of the door, and suddenly the back doors swing open, and standing in view of the doors is a rather noble-looking gentleman with some very glorious facial hair. As soon as the doors open, your Matrix access immediately springs to life.
Oh, I feel much better now.
That's a neat trick. How do you do that? Oh, this guy looks
This is the
familiar.
face that. Yep, this is the face that greets you. As Amaranth apparently has convinced your driver to stop momentarily.
Interesting. Didn't expect to see you.
The Christmas trees immediately kind of respond, kind of looking around, trying to figure out what's going on. You see another individual come and join Amaranth, somebody you've never seen before. They look like an elf who's wearing very formal attire, maybe a little archaic. He kind of holds his hand up and just motions to the Christmas trees, and they rescind. You watch as Amaranth obviously goes into his breast coat pocket and hands something to what you probably assume is your driver, and you hear him whisper, "You've got 2 minutes," and then the driver goes back, and you hear the slamming of the front door.
Hawk's gonna light up a cigarette and just sort of stand there waiting to be entertained.
Blue looks very serious at him and narrows their eyes. I haven't stabbed someone in nearly a month. Don't waste my time. What do you want? I don't like these politics. Unless you bring back the fairies. No, the little ones, the cute ones.
He'll kind of chuckle and he'll say, "I apologize for holding up your evening schedule. I needed to talk to you though very briefly before you entered into your negotiations. I've been scrambling the last few days to figure out exactly what's going on. I need to know at what side you all will fall in this upcoming negotiation."
I don't think you know how this normally works. We're supposed to be mercenaries who pay us, and we go either way. Why are you all making us choose sides? And do we really even have an option?
He'll nod and he'll say, "They're not going to give you an option, but I can tell you what they're going to ask you to do if you'd like to know."
What's that?
Doesn't that kind of take the mystery out of it?
And what do we have to do for this favor?
You just need to tell me how you're going to react.
Do they know it was you?
From what I understand, they're still uncertain exactly what agent was directly responsible for the job. They know, of course, who it is tied to, but they need more information than that. I keep my tracks pretty well kept.
We're in a pretty tough spot here, Amaranth.
I understand that, which is why I'm here. And he'll kind of look at a timer, and he'll say, "We're running out of time, so I need to know if you want a leg up in this upcoming negotiation in exchange for your honest reactions."
I need to know if it was you.
Who what? Who at amnesia?
Austin just continues to smoke a cigarette.
He'll kind of shrug and he'll say, "It was my attack dog, if that's what you mean. He's one that's hard to control. I gave him very specific instructions, but I don't have them on a very good leash. So I certainly take responsibility for what happened there. Yes.
Austin just nods, content. But then he kind of looks back towards the van as if that might be where he wants to go.
So unless anybody asks ask Amaranth exactly what you're going to be asked to do, he'll just assume that you're not going to be willing to take his bargain.
Why do you ask us anyway? You know none of us are powerful magicians. We can't mask Aurora, so you can tell what we're going to feel when you say it.
Because as little as some of you believe, I'm not a monster. I prefer to preserve life as much as possible, and I have a certain amount of respect for some of you.
Blue will smile and get really close to him and like show all of her teeth and fangs. Like, no, but you hire monsters, don't you?
He'll shrug and he'll say, "I'd rather think that I work for them, and that I do my best to keep their claws away from the people who have vulnerable throats."
Blue will just look between Havelock and Hoxton and then back at Sparkles.
Well, it's impossible to serve two masters, and we already wear the favor of our host. You're asking us to turn that against that host, sight unseen. I find that to be a very awkward position to be put in.
He'll shake his head and say, "I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm offering. If that is the way that you see this predicament, then I will abide by your honor. I'm just trying to remind you that, at least in my perspective, I'm the lesser of the two evils."
And tell us what they plan to ask, but understand that we're not going to be able to give you a definitive answer here and now. If you truly want to help us and you want our help in the future, you'll give us time to prepare our answer for when they ask.
I appreciate your desire to understand and know, but given that I may be put into a position where I have to be more than honest, I will extract myself from this conversation, and you can have it without me.
And I'll go back into the truck. I don't want to be put in a position where I know something and have to be challenged to be honest about it.
He'll kind of smile a little bit at that, Sparkles, and say, "I have means by which I can give you the information and then retrieve it from your mind."
My mind is not your playground, sir.
My mind is my temple.
Wide.
Just an offer. And then as Sparkles re-enters, he'll turn and face Huxton and he'll say, very plainly, they're going to ask you to find the Keeper, take him back, and kill all of those who found, to your knowledge, discovered confidential information that was hidden inside his head. And that more or less just means myself and a pair of my attendants.
Does the blue-eyed one know?
Roll me into intentions.
These never went well last. Continuing that track record.
Yep. So yeah, you just say that, and he'll kind of say, no one really knows what that guy, what Mr. Swift knows. He has a lot of ways of gaining information, but I haven't told him.
What did he call him, Mr. Swift?
Yeah, Mr. Swift.
Okay.
But I'd warn you, you want to be his ally and not his enemy. The angels don't know subtlety.
Fucking politics.
Unless you guys offer anything else, the clock will run down very quickly. The guy from the front will call out that he's moving, and the tree man will close the doors on Amaranth.
Amaranth, you could always turn yourself in, hop on in. We'll talk it out over dinner.
He gives you like an actual smile at that and tells you they would auction me off. I can tell you a number of the court are interested in my skin. Many are interested in my mind. A few in my eyeballs. One in my heart. The list goes on.
I'm sure it'd be a more entertaining dinner show than what they've currently got planned for us. The offer stands. You know where to find us.
He'll nod and he'll say, "And I know where to find you." And then the doors will shut and you guys will speed away.
Just before that, when he laughs, well, I already did one. I can't read his intentions. Never mind.
Yeah. So you guys speed away. After that brief detour, you're driven for probably about the better part of an hour and a half. If anybody wants to try and like feel the road and like figure out exactly where you're going and that kind of thing, you can give me some rolls. Otherwise, for the most part, you can tell you probably got on a highway and have just been driving.
I just let my math SPU tick away so I know exactly how long. I don't care about distance.
I'm particularly just trying to figure out cardinal directions, mostly north, if I know if we're heading north or south.
Okay, you are heading south. If you really had to guess clue, you probably would guess you're probably going through Pyolo. And eventually you guys will, at the end of your journey, unless there's anything you want to do with the treeman, you will pull up to a rather large estate. Let's get you on the map. There's this very large stone wall that shrouds the entire estate itself. The surrounding area looks to be largely forested. The estate itself is sitting in the middle of a somewhat clearing, but it's obvious that was that the forest has been pushed back by man-made means, and as soon as that you meet that threshold, the forest becomes very thick. The trees and the canopy look like they'd be hard to navigate. Your driver gets out, opens up the back doors. You guys all file out, and you see the walls. You can see a number of people just kind of like filing in and out through the main gates. There are 6 treemen besides your 4 at the main gates, looking like they're standing guard, and a number of other court officials who are obviously there just checking invitations.
Drac, we forget our invitations. Guess we should go home.
I'm not sure you can convince him to turn the van around.
was a tree guy driving the van?
No, it was an elven man.
Oh, okay. I was still kind of give Havelock a nod of like, yeah, you're probably right. All right. Does anybody come in to greet us, or do we just go walk towards the line?
Well, no. So you guys wait there for a moment, and then one of the court officials at the main gate wanders over. It's an elven female. There's a lot of elves around, and she's dressed in a very nice, modern-looking dress. Definitely, probably the latest in fashion. You can obviously see that she has a comm. You guys do have matrix access out here, by the way. There's a slight noise penalty. You're looking at a noise penalty of 2, but otherwise you're good to go.
Do I get a GPS signal out here?
Yep, you can tell where you are.
Okay.
You're somewhere on the border of Puyallup, and I think it's the Salish right below there, is it?
No, we're still on Earth.
In that territory. So this young elven woman comes over wearing her very beautiful dress, and she kind of greets all of you in this very perky demeanor, and she says, "Oh, welcome, welcome. I believe you're the Magister's guests. Is that do I have that right?"
I'll look towards Sparkle.
Yes, we have the Magister's favor.
She's, "Oh, just wonderful, just wonderful. The evening events have just begun, so you haven't missed out on anything. Is there anything I can get any of you? Any curiosities or interests that we need resolved?"
Is she speaking English?
Yeah, she's speaking English.
All right. So for the rest of this, is it safe to assume that if you're speaking to us, it's in English, unless you say otherwise?
Yeah, I'll tell you if we're switching over to Sparathiel.
Okay. Just for clarity's sake.
Oh, while we were in the car with the treeman, I would have been asking Sparkles to tell us a couple of key words in Sparathiel, like deal, no deal, kill you, things like that.
How about like
Sure.
no thank you, 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 and no thank you.
Sparkles, roll. You actually no. You have what's it called? Your native language is Sparathiel, right?
It is, and I have instructions, so I can teach.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, roll me an instruction test.
This is kind of important, so I'm actually going to edge it.
Okay.
Well, that wasn't very good.
So coming up, if I ever ask you guys who aren't Sparkles to roll to understand what's being said, add a +2 to your die pool.
Awesome.
Yeah. So she greets you in English, and she waits to see if you guys need anything or are curious about anything or need any questions answered.
Blue will lean over to Sparkles and, can we ask them for things, or is it better not to?
I wouldn't ask them for any favors or gifts or anything that would put you in their debt or that would put them in debt to you unless you're ready to deal with the consequences.
We don't need anything. I don't need anything. Blue, like, kind of in a panic, just shakes her head.
And I also wouldn't, unless we confirm that the food is from our world, I wouldn't take anything to eat or drink.
She'll as Blue like reacts like that, she'll look a little bit worried. She'll say, "No, really, it's you're not putting me out. I am here to make this night easier for all of you. So just please, if there's anything that you need, if there's anyone you need introduced to, a translator, anything like that, please go ahead and ask me."
Are you offering this under the hospitality of the Tickle?
Did you just whisper the word tickle?
Are you offering this under the hospitality of the Magister?
She'll like kind of give you like an odd look, and she'll say, "I mean, I suppose you don't need to be so formal. Tonight is a night of celebration, but yes, this is a part of your status as guests."
What exactly are we celebrating tonight?
Say Blue will roll her eyes whenever she says it's always a night of celebration with these people.
I celebrate very formally.
Well, tonight actually marks the first time since not tonight in particular, but tonight is the anniversary of the first time since the War of Sorrow, or the Time of Sorrow, that mana began trickling back into the realm of fairy, and that it was heralding the time for the mana cycle to spike again and our re-entrance into this world.
So it is the day of bridging between the Fae and the Earth?
It was the day that heralded our return.
Then out of honor for that anniversary, we welcome you to our plane.
She kind of struggles to say, "Oh, I mean, thank you, but I actually grew up in Seattle."
Hoxton kind of face palms a little bit.
But which Seattle?
She'll like give you an eyebrow. She said, That's not exactly how it works. But we don't need to discuss metaplanar cosmology. And unless you guys ask her anything else, she'll kind of like usher you towards the main gate. I'll throw your tokens up there.
Is she human?
No, she's an elf.
She was an elf.
Oh, all right. Let's do this too. I'm going to assume everyone we meet are elves unless you tell me otherwise.
You probably a safe assumption, yeah.
All right.
What kind of show of force we have around here? If I were to take a look around, do we see, APCs? Do I see guard towers? Do I see dragons? Like, what do they got representing their power?
Roll me a perception test.
Why can't you just tell me? Why do dice have to be involved in this game?
Because I want to know how much you see. I'll give, even if you get nothing, I'll tell you something. But however, you all very, very pointedly feel the presence of magic. This place is magic up the wazoo.
On that note, what kind of background count is Lou looking for, or what is it aspected toward? Or if I can, I
actually,
assume
you're
not
not
mine would probably be
facing-
the aspect.
No, it's totally a Norse tradition here. It's
Last
really weird.
time we did, it was, but that was when the Wild Hunt was coming after us, and it was a different situation.
Blue, actually, you're very comfortable in this this area.
Okay.
In regards to you, there's a background count of 1, so like that is like slightly uncomfortable. But in general, it seems like you get the sense you're smart enough as a dual-natured entity that there's probably a wide variety of guests here, many of whom are probably dual-natured. So if there was a heavy background count, this wouldn't be a very good location.
Okay. And I assume it's a flux, like it's additional magic that's flowing around this place versus an elven.
Yeah. It's not a tradition-based thing. It's just the sheer amount of magical energy that's in the area.
Yeah, sounds good.
Actually, Blue, roll me your sensing.
All right.
Huxton and Havelock. Huxton, you are too distracted by the elven woman. She's like pointing towards things, and that kind of so you're looking where she wants you to look. Havelock, you are not so taken in, so you are looking specifically where she doesn't want you to look. Huxton, you can see that there's definitely a show of force in general. The tree men are all around.
I thought it was a forest.
And every now and then you can watch manifested spirits kind of wink up in the air, obviously doing some kind of patrol, maybe even some watchers. In general, though, you don't get a big sense of like mechanical and modern day force. You do see a few bodyguards who have modern day weaponry, but they seem to be they are related to contingents that look very modern themselves, like the clothes that they're wearing and the people that are walking around. There's a very clear divide between the mundane and the magical here. There's a number of guests who are obviously from the Sixth World, and then others who are not. Havelock, you notice that a number of the guests here are obviously not 100% like just guests. You can tell that there's probably a number of people planted in the crowd who are very much there to react the moment that they're needed. And in general, you can definitely tell that the way the spirits are manifesting would tell you that there's probably a number of them on the astral plane that are all waiting to manifest in case of emergency.
Do I see them all?
Yeah, you see like a host of spirits floating above, watching down Blue. Most of them look like guardian spirits. There's a few spirits of air mixed in. All in all, you probably would say there's around 12 of varying forces.
You
Yeah,
can take
well,
those, right? Right, Blue?
hell no.
Yeah, I really don't want to start a fight here.
Not to
These
mention,
guys
those
seem
are
to know what they're
just the
doing.
ones we can see. I'm sure there's people here who can bring out war.
Sparkles, you look on the Matrix. There's definitely stuff that's running silently here, and there's like a reasonable amount of devices in the infrastructure itself. This place has a host. That's a decent host. It's a rating 6 host, and like the gates themselves are automated. There's a number of devices, like regular looking security devices. You even see a few drones that are not actively flying around, but you can see their icons. So in regards to like security, this is by no means like a AAA kind of security for Matrix, but there's definitely modern considerations that have been taken. You don't immediately see the presence of excuse me, any like major vehicles or heavy weaponry, though. There's no like cavalry, so to speak, that is waiting.
No, but it's not a show of dominance, it's a show of force.
Yeah. Just kind of a reminder to everybody that's here that the reach of the Sealy Court, that while they might not really understand the Matrix, they can hire people who do.
Like me.
These
Exactly.
people hire you, Sparkles?
Sure, Mrs. Jones hired me just the other day to fix her toaster.
She was a member of the Sealy Court.
You never know where they're popping out.
It's very alarming.
In general, the estate itself, like this entire gardens, is just full of people. There is a number of lights, some of them magical, some of them mundane. There's a mixture here of electrical and technological artistry and magical artistry. There's a number of displays of magic. You even see like there's a small kind of display of these beautiful, like this beautiful orange tree that all of the oranges are just these spheres of fire.
Blue will point that out to Hoxton. You can get your fruits again.
Kind of grin. Like, I did regret not making that trade after we saw how that orange took out that guy.
Otherwise, there's a
Havelock has
lot
a
of similar displays going on that of different magical and technological pieces of art and culture. There's music, there's food. It seems like the majority of the event is taking out in place of the gardens here. I need everyone to make me a willpower intuition.
Wouldn't that be a slap in the face if I go trade the memory that's in my head for one of those things just to some random vendor?
It'll be his problem then, right?
So you said intuition what?
Intuition, willpower.
Whoa. I stole all your hits, Blue.
On the upside, the last one probably shouldn't have counted, not that it mattered. Left one less one in the world.
Okay, everybody. So, Huxton, you're the only one who notices this. Everybody else who walks in is suddenly taken by the beauty of this place. Everything seems idyllic, Arcadian, bucolic. It's this beautiful display of nature in every sense. Huxton, you look, and then there's this kind of like weird disjunction in your head, where like you see it and you can take it in, but the beauty kind of fades for a moment. And then you can there's an illusion that is governing this entire gardens. And it's not like a really major illusion. It's not hiding anything super important. It's making the trees look nicer. It's adding birdsong to the air. It's making the walls look strong and powerful.
I'm gonna take a second. As like we're all like walking forward at this point, right?
Yes. It is also, however, hiding a building.
No shit. Where?
There's a building back here. Oh, actually, you wouldn't. You will see that, I guess. Eventually. Sorry, but you wouldn't have a line of sight on that yet. But no, actually, you'd be able to see it through the dais of the main building there.
Yeah, that's open, which it looks like it is.
Yeah, that's open. So there, you can see that there's a building in the back that looks kind of small, but it's very obvious that, and there's a few vans parked next to it that it's supposed to look like a bunch of hedges, but you can tell that there's some kind of temporary infrastructure. It doesn't look like it's part of this estate. It's like a temporary building that's been set up.
All right, so I want to, like, as that hits me, like, I kind of like stop for a second while everybody's walking forward, and then I kind of start noticing all of those little illusions, I guess, disappearing right as I see through them.
It's a lot like AR, where it's for you, it's more overlaid on things, and so you can decide to kind of ignore it, or you can play into it. But the rest of everybody else, that's all they see.
All right, so I'll like take my cigarette out of my mouth. That's like almost completely spent now, and I'll just kind of like flick it off to the side, like to have it kind of like hit one of the illusionary flowers and just sort of like go through it, and then just sort of under my breath as I catch up, I'll just tricksters.
Okay. So you guys will enter the main gates with your guide. By the way, she introduces herself as Seraphina. And Seraphina will kind of like look at a watch, and she'll look around and she'll say, "Well, we have a little bit of time if anyone wants to mingle while before your actual meeting. Otherwise, I can take you right there and you can enjoy the refreshments before our supper."
Blue
A few
will-
minutes.
Sorry.
Oh no, that's all right. Go ahead.
Blue will nod when she says that. Like, I have to find someone, and she's going to wander off.
Blue.
What? I want to find the fairies, the little ones,
Oh,
the
okay.
fireflies. What? Remind me, Bo. Are they fireflies? Is that what they were? How'd you call? What'd you call them?
The ones from Glams?
Yeah,
No, those were they look like little pixies.
little pixies. Okay. But they were kind of glowing like fireflies, right? They were.
Yeah.
They were actually.
They were.
Yeah. So, they're like, I want to find the little pixies, and she'll look at Sparkles. Not like that one. These are different.
All right.
Those
Remember,
were actually boggles.
Yeah, Buckles. I don't know that Blue would know the term for them exactly, but she would know they were probably some type of little spirit or something.
Yeah.
yeah, a few minutes to ourselves would be great.
She'll nod and she'll say, and she'll like motion towards one of the trees and say, I'll just be waiting over there. You can see a number of people have gathered around this very large pool at the center here. And occasionally people will take coins and like flick it into the pool, and you'll watch as every now and then while somebody flicks a coin in, the water will actually like begin to form up and form this humanoid figure. And somebody, if you get closer, they'll ask it a question and it will respond with an answer.
If we talk to the fountain, it'll talk to us. Is that what you just told me?
If you flick a coin in, it's a literal wishing well.
I quickly pat my pockets for coin.
Who carries change in the sixth world?
Oddly enough, Hoxton would probably be the one of us who mind.
Roll me an edge check.
I would say I feel like that check. I've definitely emoted that I've carried coins before on job. Let's see if I get lucky.
You probably find that marble. Where you got that marble at, buddy?
I'm not throwing the marble in. That'd be so rude.
Hey, you got a little bit of change on you, Huxton.
What did you say?
Wait. Is it change or like car washing tokens?
You're not. You're too far away to tell what they're actually throwing in. They're small discs of metal.
And you said I have a quarter on me or something.
Yeah, you got a little bit of spare change on you for whatever reason.
I want to excuse myself from Sparkles and Havelock for a moment and kind of walk to the other side of this fountain.
Be careful what you wish for.
Sparkles, you can tell. You need a sensing to be able to tell mundane versus magical, but like there's lots of spirits around.
I'm looking for something that's flat. Like, does anything look dead and not have any kind of an astral? Like, does anything just not look alive?
Oh no, there's nothing here that looks odd, like is an obvious shadow in the astral.
Oh wait, you're dual nature too, right?
She can actually perceive. She's
No.
not dual-natured.
Oh, she can actually perceive. Okay, cool.
Well, she's
I
a
forgot about that.
yeah, she's a magic creature. If that's what you're
Yeah,
looking for.
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I forgot that she got astral perception. That's cool.
So Huxton, you walk over there and throw a coin in.
Well, no, so I'm gonna listen. Like, is there anybody else doing it?
Yeah, it's intermittent. People will throw a coin in, and then this water spirit will kind of manifest and go up very close to them. It's close enough that you'd need to like kind of try and eavesdrop to hear what they're saying, like very specifically. But you get the gist
What about
that it's a
what about the
question and answer.
questions asked? Like, could I hear if the question is like a yes or no question, or if it's like an open-ended question?
Roll me an auditory perception.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna do it. I'll throw the quarter into the. I don't like. It's not gonna change the fact that I try it, right? So yeah, I'll fling the quarter in, while asking the question of. Oh shit! I should have thought about phrasing this.
Who's my daddy? Sorry.
Who's my daddy? No. Yeah. Essentially, I want to ask. I'm gonna say, what am I?
Okay. Huxton, for you, so like the water spirits have been manifesting kind of in different shapes depending on who's thrown the coin in. Most times they manifest as this kind of look vague elven shaped woman. However, for you, Huxton, as you throw the coin in, the water forms this giant like kind of ball, which looks a little bit strange. And you watch as the water kind of forms this strange ring in its center, and then in the center of that ring there's an 8, and then the water figure, the water 8-ball shakes for a
I was
moment.
saying, did I just get an magic 8-ball like by this fucking water spirit?
Yep. And then it flips around, and like in its watery center where you don't really find the answer, where you say, "What are you?" And it says you're a prodigal son.
You're an asshole, water spirit. Dig in my pocket for more quarters.
Okay, you had 3 hits. I'll give you. You have another coin.
Oh no, I have 3 wishes. Well, I know what Blizzard's called me, so I guess I'll just go for gold. But that's really scary. I don't know if Oxen wants to know.
Probably another question that Hoxton would think of, like, do you want to ask that question here?
Yeah, that's true too. I don't know. Because this thing is answering questions, I'm like immediately enamored by it. But that is like a fair precaution. I'm just not sure if it's on my mind.
Fair enough.
I have so many questions. I'm gonna a prodigal son. What the hell does that mean? I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna risk it.
Do you actually not know what a prodigal son is, or are you?
No. I'm trying. Hawks
Figure out what what that would mean metaphorically.
Right. Yeah. Metaphorically behind the vagueness. Huxton's gonna sort of steal himself and flick another coin in and ask if I am the son of a dragon.
Okay, well, this is kind of an interesting predicament we've developed here. Since I don't actually know a lot of what's going on for this specific story, Nicoya, how would you like to handle this?
I'll PM you.
Okay.
I'll let you decide.
Sorry, guys. Magical water spirit that has answers couldn't pass.
We'll actually we'll pause Huxton's scene there while Nicoya handles that as an individual approaches the 3 of you guys while you're standing at the gate. A familiar-looking elven gentleman in a very nice regal suit. Your photographic memory instantly picks up who that is, Havelock. It's the gentleman who was trying to stop you from letting Gloriana go into Glams. Is making his way over to the three of you.
Is Blue still around, or she wandered off?
No, she wandered off.
Havelock will swear to himself.
The gentleman will kind of arrive over and give you like a very, very dark glare, and he'll say in a very low voice, "I was trying to protect her, and this is what happened. Her blood is on your hands."
She knew the risk going in.
She didn't understand what was going on, what was in her blood, and who was after her. I couldn't tell her without putting her in more danger.
Maybe that was your fault then. She made the choice to go in there.
He'll kind of like take his hand and just like lightly touch and tap your signet from the what's it called? Yeah, from the Magister, and he'll say, "Rhinestones won't protect you," and then he'll kind of turn away and leave.
Friend of yours?
Yeah, we're making a lot of friends on this trip, aren't we?
Huxton, what was your? You asked if you're the son of a dragon.
I asked if I'm the son of a dragon.
Okay.
I think I might have said great dragon, but I'm not sure. I forget.
But yeah, if you can amend you amend the wording however you want before I answer.
I think I would have just said dragon. I don't think Hoxton knows enough about the differences.
Okay. The water spirit's form will kind of like hover for a moment, and kind of like recongeal, and then the little magic 8-ball will turn around again, and in the little like display where the question usually comes up, it says insufficient funds.
The fuck does that mean? I start patting my pockets. Like, do I got a credit card? Looking around for like a slot. Like,
Suddenly the water like coils outwards and wraps around your legs, going up your arms, and eventually hits your face. You're struck by this vision, Huxton. This incredible awareness of like an incredibly powerful entity, a being of ancient, like truly ancient power and scope. The great wideness and vastness of a draconic form. You're briefly given a vision of a massive draconic form, and you could feel an intense familial connection to it. And then it winks away, and you're brought back to the present. But your memory doesn't feel whole. You reach back into your mind, and I feel like Huxton might react this way very instinctively, because he's got one thing on him that's very valuable. You reach for the memory of when you were, not you, but the memory of the person who was in the palace, meeting a queen, bringing a kinsman to death, and it's not there.
can I focus on the image of the ancient draconic thing? Can I see that stuff?
It's kind of a vision, more of an awareness. But yeah, you can kind of focus on the vision of this great draconic form. Give me a logic arcana.
Is that normal arcana?
Yeah, that's normal arcana. And we're going to go off the divination table.
Oh, really? I wonder if I should pre-edge this then. I don't know anything about the divination table.
Your hits will determine how well you interpret this vision.
Let's see what happens. And I'll spend a point of edge for 2 whole hits.
Okay, so the threshold actually is 2. So you make the threshold, but that's all you get. So the answer to your question is vague. So essentially, the best you can tell from the vision of the Great Draconic form is that you have a familial link to that creature. It's even difficult to really interpret its colors or any defining features about it, just because it's so fleeting in your mind. You're getting more of an intuition sense. You definitely get the sense, though, it's of a kind of cooler color palette versus like a very like striking hot one, but that's all you can get.
Okay, and I understand I'm at risk of losing the imagery, but I'm steadfast on the fact that that link is there, right? That's not fading, just the imagery of it is.
Yeah, just the imagery of it is. You
Okay.
definitely feel the sense of kinship with whatever this thing is.
Okay. So then, yeah, as that water shit was wrapping around me, I assume it's gone right after the vision ends.
Yeah, it recedes into the water. And if you throw more coins in, it doesn't respond any longer.
No. So like as I do that, like I'm gonna kind of like brace myself on the edge of the fountain and kind of like cough, thinking that like there's water in my lungs, just for like a second, but then kind of gather myself and just sort of look around, like really obviously to see if anybody
is staring. Everybody's staring.
And I'm gonna stand up and kind of like straighten myself out, kind of adjust the little Gemini pin. Sort of look around at everybody, like there's no composure here. I can't respond, but I just kind of look at everybody until they stop looking at me. Does that not happen to everybody?
Huxton, as the water recedes and like you watch as the water over the lake or the pool itself, other manifested, like you assume it's all the same water spirits, just essentially manifesting different forms to contact different people. All of the other forms vanish into the water, and a few other people kind of gather up the courage and like flick a coin in, and it seems like the pond has gone dark.
It's good. Take a couple of steps backwards and then walk away.
So much for keeping a low profile.
Put my hands
Seraphina
in my
will kind of rush up behind you and just kind of like guide you away and just kind of whisper and say, "I think it's best that we get you inside."
Is this Sarah?
Yeah, this is your guide.
Okay, I'm like that would be great. I think something happened. That wasn't me though.
She just kind of whispers, "They won't care whose fault it is."
Right.
You broke the damn fountain.
It's like magical gremlin.
Is this really a good time to take a swim?
Yeah,
I mean, it'd be safer
you
now.
Your diving gear.
Oh no, that's right. I could go down and see the little like gnome in the hut underneath the water that's actually controlling it. The man behind the machine. Yeah, no, I'll let Sarah lead me out of the public view.
Cool. She'll beckon to Huxton and Sparkles. Blue, I assume you're just trying to find the fairies that you met in Glams.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think gravity just makes Cheryl's brains turn to mush.
I'm not gonna go like without a earshot of them. I'm just kind of moving around trying to see if I can catch a glimpse of them, and if I don't, then I'll wander back to myself.
Roll me a perception test.
Ooh.
Blue just wanders into the woods and gets lost.
That I'm not. I don't get lost like that.
That's fair. You're one of the best navigators, I think.
Yeah, I can track my way back out. I'm fine. I was gonna say, I don't think that I'll just roll my general perception. Oh, I get a +2 for smell. Did they have a distinctive smell last time?
I'll give you that. You definitely would recognize their smell.
Good. Smelling for pixie dust.
Smells like Aztec fly.
It's too like there's too many people here. You definitely see pixie like creatures floating around, but distinguishing them between the ones that you specifically met in Glams is too difficult.
Sure. Is there a what does it smell like here?
It smells like lilac and chrysanthemum, a very floral kind of scent that reminds you, slightly reminds you of being outside Marge's flower shop on Council Island when you went to meet for the courtly affair.
All right. I will move back then to Toxin and the group over there.
Okay, cool. So Sarah, or Seraphina, you can call her Sarah, will gather you guys, and she'll just kind of like put on a smile and like kind of wave at everybody who's staring at Huxton now, just to kind of dissuade their focus. There's definitely a moment in the party where all eyes were on Huxton, and you guys will make your way towards the building that's at the end of the way.
As we're heading that way, and I kind of get a moment to get my breath back to me, I'm gonna DNI. I'm gonna say, so I don't know what that was, but I don't remember anymore.
Like nothing? Like you don't know who you are?
No, yes, I know who I am. I don't.
Now I'm confused. No, yes, you know who you
The story.
What story?
I don't
Did
remember.
you try to buy a fruit?
You want a story? Once upon a time, there was a guy who walked up and started throwing random coins into a fountain.
Is this like the market again?
But where's my limitations here? Do I know something is gone? Like you said, I was looking specifically for that memory, but I don't see it as
You had
vividly.
the memory, so you have
Okay.
all of the context of surrounding it. All of the memories you have and all the decisions that you've made that have been informed by the memory remain.
I just can't see it as vividly as I had been able to.
You don't remember you remember telling Huxton, or not Huxton, Havelock, the details of it. So you have that recollection, but you no longer have it in your head the way you can close your eyes and vividly remember it.
Okay, so I'll reply.
It's more
I'll say,
like now that you read it. It's like more of like a secondhand story.
yeah, I'll say the castle, the memory in the castle. It's gone.
It wasn't yours in the first place, right?
No. But it was our hosts, I believe. Ah, shit, that came from Marcus.
Actually, it came from his bodyguard.
Or his bodyguard, yeah, his assassin bodyguard. That probably won't come back to bite us in the ass, though, guys. We're fine.
I just hope he's not mad that you ruined his fountain.
Blue's gonna start sniffing over you to see if you have one of those like orange fruits or something. What
I
did you,
don't have any of the fruit.
what did you trade it for? Where did it go?
I didn't trade it. I saw.
Why does everybody smell you?
Yeah, right. I saw people flicking coins into a wishing well. I've been doing that since I was little. I did it.
Blue will point at Sparkles. Didn't she tell you not to mess with things here?
She got distracted. I wandered. You wandered.
I was looking for something. Yeah, I didn't throw anything into a well.
While Blue and Hux are talking, I float over and I'm like,
Just start sniffing me.
What is everybody smelling you for?
Jesus. You smell a bit of sweat.
Gross! Take a bath.
That's what got me into this mess.
Human smell.
Seraphina kind of looks at you guys very strangely and then kind of shrugs her shoulders and obviously has this expression of a when in Rome kind of look, and she sniffs Huxton too.
Son of a bitch.
See what I mean, Seraphina? Humans are not really. I don't get it. No wonder they sell all that soap and stuff.
You don't exactly smell like ice cream,
Blue will
Sparkles.
look at Sparkles and then lean down and sniff her a little bit.
Who wants to smell like ice cream?
You smell like an appetizer.
I know, I smell delicious.
Blue will grin, showing her fangs.
This night's going swimmingly.
Anyway, shouldn't we go to a dinner?
No, you
we'll
broke
deal
the
with
fountain.
your
There's no
problem
more
later.
swimming for anybody.
Okay, you guys. Serafina will look at all of you and kind of give you a quick nod as she beckons you to follow her into the open dais here.
I think the sooner you can get us not being around everybody else, the better.
As we get into the open bit here, I'm gonna continue the DNI, and now like I'm getting a pretty clear image of this building to the south, and I can see like straight through it, right?
Yeah, you can very clearly see this temporary structure. It's not super large. It's just like what you'd find on a construction site, one of those like temporary offices, and there's two vans parked next to it.
And the vans as well are fake.
Yeah, and nobody else but you can see the vans.
Okay, I'm gonna point that out then, as we're sort of meandering here. Maybe I'll like stop to tie my shoe or something, and just sort of point out, be like, do you guys see or not see this building to the south?
So I'm going to have to let you guys role play this out. This is the way this power works. Everything that Huxton is telling you, you are going to rationalize it away. Essentially, he can protest as much as he wants and say, like, there are vans there, there's a building there that you can't see. But to your minds, you will just make excuses and pretend, or even pretend you don't hear him to an extent. To you, there's just some hedges there, and there is no way to convince you otherwise.
There's a hedge though. Are you looking for like a fairy home or something? What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure that you're having another one of those memories again.
Did you eat something here?
What did that fountain do to you?
Did you drink
Jesus.
the water?
Huxton will
Just because people smell you doesn't mean you can just make up whatever you want.
Huxton will finish tying a shoe and stand up and say, "No, you're right. I think it must be the sun."
Did you drink any of that water out of the fountain? I told you not to drink anything.
Yes, I think I did drink a little bit. It wasn't. It's fine. I'm okay. I see the hedge now.
This is all over D&I, right?
Yeah. It was just mentally while I was tying my shoe.
Blue probably was talking out loud.
Oh, okay. Shit. That's fine.
I imagine I love
Hudson,
this idea though
how
that you
does-
guys are still using DNI, but I respond to you vocally.
How does Serafina react when she hears the commentary?
That's what I was just going to say. Anybody who wants to can roll me judge intentions for her.
I did. Yeah. I guess I'll wait to see the result of that first. You almost glitched. Oh, no, you did glitch that smell check.
Who glitched
You
this
just-
one?
Sparkles did. You probably just flew right into my armpit. Your wings just got.
No, right in the nape of your neck. I'm like, right at the hairline. I'm like, right behind your ear. Like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Not Huxton. Havelock, roll me your olfactory as well.
Oh man, Bo finally rolled bad on a composure, but we couldn't beat him.
Holy, okay.
I'll
So
keep 8.
so she maintains her composure. Like she doesn't react at all. She's just being your host. Pretending not to hear things that you say and responding when you obviously are speaking to her. Otherwise, she's very, very straightforward and plain. Kind of acting more like furniture than an actual engaged person. Havelock, though, the moment that you Blue starts talking about that out loud, and there's obvious some kind of friction in the group, you can smell sweat, perspiration beginning to gather, and the chemo signals, we'll say, of a slight anxiety or kind of disposition.
But the rest of us, actually none of us, I guess, notice or make any type of motions whatsoever.
Emotion, yeah. She's just stone faced. She's just got a very bright smile.
Does that give, just from mechanics, does that give Have a chance to reassess what Hoxton said, or is it no connection?
There's no, so like I said, the way this power works is like it's essentially you have some kind of subconscious motivation to just believe that there's a hedge there. There's no way for you to save from it now that you've been absorbed into the illusion.
No worries.
God, what
So
would
I
happen?
still think there's a hedge there, but I know she's nervous.
Yes. So I don't mind. Havelock can be like there might be something funky going on there. Maybe that's the anchor for the wards, or maybe there's like a hatch under the hedge. Havelock can be like suspect that there's something going on with that area and like find it weird that Huxton can notice something that you guys don't, but you're 100% sure there's a hedge there.
Yeah, Havelock, I'm more perceptive than you. Rationalize that.
Yeah, you really did change, didn't you?
Part of me wants to find out what would happen if I just got in one of those, get in one of those vans, or like tried to, but
You would be driving a hedge.
Essentially, yeah, that's what would happen. It's a really weird power. You just have to believe.
I'll finish tying my shoe and kind of stand back up and look to Sarah like, where are we going?
She'll motion to your right here to the reception hall, and she'll say, "This is your aperitifs for this evening will be conducted in here."
Our app or what?
She'll like start speaking French, and then be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you don't speak French," and then she'll speak in Sparethial and explain like essentially your appetizers will go on in there.
It's where they're gonna put out the snacks.
Also, in this like kind of open dais above you, there's an archway above you, and on that archway you can see these brilliant mosaics of like these woodland scenery of beautiful men and women and stranger things, kind of just frolicking about, and they're actually moving on the sides of the walls. The paint itself, the tiles seem to switch and change.
That's what I see as well.
Yeah, you see that too.
Okay, so that's real.
Probably not real, but
Sure, as real as anything.
yeah. So you're brought into this kind of nice reception hall area. There's a number of refreshments that are laid out in front of you. How you can tell instantly that's real food. It's not soy based. And in this reception hall, there's just this kind of like variety of murals and other interesting looking display pieces.
How crowded is it?
There's nobody else in here except for you. And when you guys got up here, there was nobody else from the party. There might have been a few people who were hanging out by the stairs, but it seemed like pretty much the entire party was contained to the grounds themselves, and this building here is largely unoccupied.
What do you make of that, Sparkles? Are we the guests of honor, or?
As long as we're not the main course. There's definitely, I mean, the fact that we're here as as kind of a liaison maybe, or something like that. I don't know if guest of honor is the right term, but it would be something like, I'm willing to bet that we're kind of the hub that other things are going to spin around tonight.
Does everybody slave their comms to Sparkle's pan, or
Havelock did not.
The invite was extended to everyone.
Blue would
I
stare
would've-
at her calmly, confused.
I would have done it, yeah. I have to run AFK for a second, I'll be right back.
cool?
Do you want to take a short break while we wait for Hawks?
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
That
Let's
seems
meet.
like a point of interest.
Yeah, we'll meet. We'll be back at 5 past or quarter to.
Okay.
Do we go on break?
Yes, Hoxton, we went on break. Also, don't ever watch this video on the stream later because I may have accidentally had spoilers in it.
Which one?
This one.
Oh wait, you mean the one for the run?
Yeah, never watch this, ever.
Why?
Never.
What happened?
Because you don't like spoilers. I didn't log in with the grid bot. I'm logged in with mine, so the stream's all my whispers.
So the whispers? Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, so you could never watch this one.
That's fine, totally. What an opportunity. I was not expecting that today.
But always comes up with cool stuff. I like the idea of a water spirit magic 8-ball.
It's Zoltar, man. It's totally Zoltar. The old fortune-telling machine.
Especially because he gave you divination, just like you're essentially rolling the D20, I think that's inside of it, or the D20 or D36. Like...
It's pretty good. Yeah, there's no way that Hoxton wouldn't have made that mistake, which I'm calling a mistake for obvious reasons. At least Blizzard won't think he's crazy. If I make it home with that memory, I'll be able to validate his suspicion.
Yeah, but depending on how much the people around you may also have just learned your secret, and you are wanted, my friend.
Oh yeah. I kind of figured like that was like there's got to be a reason that I begin to be wanted, and it's got to be these little mistakes that I've been making, right? Like I feel like it makes sense for the negative.
No, that's great. Yeah, this might be the very moment where you suddenly become wanted. Like, it's all these whispers now around the court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's very good.
I broke the fucking fountain. What
Well,
does that? Like, oh, the last time that happened, fuck.
well, I didn't know if your answers were being answered out loud or if it was directly in your mind. Did he tell you?
It was out loud. He
Okay.
said he didn't give me a chance to hear somebody else's, but it'd have to be some like heavy eavesdropping. So no, it was definitely spoken out loud. Although I'm not sure if the vision was spoken out loud. But being a prodigal son could have been heard by somebody. Yeah, no, wanted is a negative quality. You got to play into that just as much as any other negative, right?
Yeah, no, it was great. Now we find out how you became wanted. Besides the, I guess no, at the scene of Blizzard Apartment, I don't think there was anyone who noticed. So, yeah. Now we know. Oh well, that air spirit would have noticed.
Oh, the air spirit too. Doc. I forgot about that. No,
he's just.
That's right. I didn't kill the air spirit.
Well,
no,
I mean, you killed it, but he's just dispersed back to the plane of air, right? He's spreading rumors about you right now.
I meant with the grenade, but yeah, no, it was after that. It was after shifting. Yeah, so he knows. All his friends are like, "You're a weird dude. That couldn't have been what he saw." Like the same thing that everybody's saying about me, right? All the air spirits are like, "You're fucked up. What were you drinking?"
And actually, I like the imagery of like if Darkwagon summoned back that same spirit after a while, after it's been dispersed. I'm like, what killed you? It was a dragon. What are you talking about? No, it was a
Come
dragon. I
on.
swear. No.
Just admit it.
Like
You don't have to lie.
Like, do you mean like a spirit of beast? No. What are you talking about?
Listen, spirits get dispersed all the time. You don't have to be embarrassed. Just tell us what killed you so we can fill out the paperwork.
I'm sure it was just a Trid phantasm. You don't know what you're talking about.
Fountain killer.
That's right, you killed the fountain.
What, did you want to turn Sparkle?
That's how you end up wanted.
Has nothing to do with being a stranger. I just broke the fortune-telling machine.
Now the fountain police want to find you.
Right, I'm sure that's probably true. I'll buy him a new fountain. How expensive could those be?
There's probably some poor old maintenance guy that takes care of this place. He's been had that fountain working for 1,000 years.
Well, good. I gave him something to do.
You killed it.
I am a pacifist. I don't kill people.
Now he's
Poor
on
fountain.
toilet duty.
No.
They downgraded him from fountain duty to bidet.
Which I think I found. It's over here outside the staff gate, right? This little outhouse over here.
Some poor 1,000-year-old elf. He's gonna be cursing your name for a century.
Yeah, for not playing a magical character. Well, I guess he is now, but for not initially being magical. All this Sealyport shit has been pretty fascinating.
I love the Sealy Corsa. It's so magical. Well, no, Blue doesn't like the Sealy Corsa. Stupid fairies. I like how I was slowly becoming bitter and angry at spirits, and now I've somehow become friends with the Sealy, or not friends, but I've somehow gotten wrapped up in the Sealy Corps.
Really, it's only the fairies you seem to like. The little, or the little
Those
pixies.
things were adorable. Yeah, the little pixie things, which I just imagine like little fireflies, like in Fantasia, you know, the floating lights, are little fairies.
I mean, that's how racism works, right? Like, you start off like, I hate all spirits or magical things. And then, like, once you get to know some of them, like, oh, they're all different things. And you could like and dislike different ones. Blue is just becoming an adult.
Sparkles, you also have a fan.
What did I fan?
This original box set, like, I think Sparkles is great. Somebody on the Twitch chat.
Did I miss something?
So are we good to go?
I think so.
I'm good for the moment.
I don't have the Twitch up and running. Am I missing comments?
Oh, just the original box set just said, "Oh my God, Sparkles! He just likes Sparkles."
Okay, so you guys are now waiting in a reception room. Serafina will kind of give you all like a curt nod, and she'll say, "This is actually where I'll need to leave you all this evening. I hope that you have had a good time and that you will continue to enjoy our hospitality. If you have any other issues, please feel free to ask for me. Well, I'm on one of the other staff, but I do have business matters to attend to at the moment."
Am I currently wet?
Yes, you're sobbing wet.
I'm just gonna like hold my hands out and like sort of look down at myself and then look back at her.
Be
Could
careful.
Shit, we're good. Thanks, Sarah.
She'll kind of like give you like a weird look, and then
Nope,
she'll just.
We're good.
Seraphina, your courtesy this evening has been more than kind. We appreciate it, and you have represented your master well.
She'll kind of
Yeah,
nod in
she said.
appreciation. And then she'll bid you all farewell in both English and Sprethiel, and she'll make her leave.
I say goodbye in Turkish and Korean.
She'll respond with goodbye in both Turkish and Korean as well.
Son of a bitch.
She said she would translate for you.
And then I start looking around. We're still in the appetizer room, right?
Yep.
There's like a
I'm
stack of
afraid we
napkins.
are in the appetizer room.
Right.
There's some napkins if you want it, like some actual cloth napkins, not paper ones, if you want to try and dry yourself off a little.
Oh yeah. I'll like give Sparkles kind of a disgruntled look, like I just needed a towel, and then like I'll go and grab a cloth napkin and start damping myself down.
Anything you can do for yourself, I highly suggest you do for yourself. And to be clear, I did not say go do yourself.
I mean, you quite did, yeah.
Do
I have a
yours.
recording. I can play it back.
Do yourself. It's funnier every time I say it.
You did giggling like a child.
I mean, you know, taking in our current situation, I think having a last laugh is reasonable.
I want to take a general view, just a perception of the room itself. How much are we a focal point for people? Like, do people try to like sneak glances at us and then look away, or are we truly being ignored, or are people just out and out staring at us?
No, you're completely alone. You were the only ones in this room.
No, I mean, well, as we were moving across the room.
Oh yeah,
towards
sure,
this
sure.
place.
Yeah, actually, give me a judge intentions. That's to get the temperature of the crowd as you guys were moving.
Just a chance they were staring at me too, unfortunately.
You guys were definitely you definitely drew some attention to yourselves. Once Seraphina kind of like gathered you and made some concessions, it kind of simmered down from blatant staring, but there was definitely onlookers.
I don't give them any special heat or anything. I was just curious to get a measure for just how much attention we have drawn. And is there anyone as tall or large as Blue, or is she really standing out as being a one of a kind amongst a crowd?
No, there's a lot of beings who are like just as large or larger, honestly.
Okay.
As Blue. The tree guys are about Blue's size.
And are there any other humans besides Havelock and Hoxton?
Yep, there are a few humans sprinkled in. There's a lot of stranger things than humans, but like there's definitely a mix of just normal Six Worlders and really fucking weird shit.
And if there's any other pixies, unless they come directly to me, I avoid them.
Yeah, you don't see. Actually, the Sparkles, make me a perception test.
This room is filled with pixies.
Okay, so Sparkles, you're floating about, and there are definitely pixies that are floating around. They don't seem to pay much mind to you. They can see your wear on the astral plane, and that kind of makes them a little bit uncomfortable. But you do see, like, there's this little, like, there's these three little kind of floating, glowing things that kind of look like pixies. And as you take a closer look, they look like pixies, but they actually have, like, these thorns that are coming out of their forelimbs and their torso. And they have little crowns of thorns on their heads. And you look at them, and they catch your attention for a moment because one of them looks eerily like you, and then you keep passing. You can tell that they're not actually pixies. There's something else. You're not sure what they are, but they look a lot like pixies.
That doesn't look comfortable at all.
I look down at my arm and try to imagine what it'd be like to have a thorn sticking through it. I'm like, ugh, gross.
Actually, roll me your silly court politics. You might recognize what these creatures are.
And nope.
Nope, almost a glitch too. A critical glitch. I mean, yeah. So you don't know what these things are, but I assume you put a mental note in to say figure out what those things are later. Yeah. So you guys arrive back in the reception hall.
Oh, you know what I do? I want to test something too. I'm gonna check and see if my image link. Am I capturing the video that I would normally be capable of capturing, or is stuff not recording?
Like, what are you looking for in particular? Yeah, everything seems to be showing up on your video feed as normal.
Ooh, it does. Then
Careful with that answer.
Am I missing something here?
I think they want to know if the glamour is working on the camera.
Oh, okay. So like I said, this is the way it works. On the video feed, Sparkles.
That's not what I was looking for.
Okay.
But I understand where you're going. I would gloss over that and say, well, yeah, it's just a hedge.
Yeah.
No. But
What are you wondering about?
What I did capture was the conversation between Amaranth and the elf and the trees, and Amaranth paying the elf to give us a couple of minutes, and I isolate that video and parse it off and make sure that I make multiple copies of it, because that may come to help us or hurt us later, and I want to make sure I've got it if I need it as a bargaining chip.
Okay, yeah, you have that. That's fine. Now, let me look up my cheat sheet here.
It'll be, I mean, it's a rating 3 device, so it's not going to be great, but it'll be all right.
Yeah, it's enough for some stuff. Okay, I need Blue and Sparkles to give me Intuition Firewall.
I'm just doing my device rating times 2 because the blue's probably not actually using it.
Yeah, if that's higher, which I assume it is. Oh, nice.
Oh god, we're being circled by Hoxton.
On a tie for Hack on the Fly, is it nobody gets any marks on anybody?
The
Nope,
loser.
that's out.
Loser? Okay.
That-
Although I don't think Blue would notice a new mark.
Sorry, I would suddenly have a mark on a thing. What is this? Sparkles, what is this?
You're connected to another device.
What do I do with it?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Depends on what you want to know.
Blue's just staring at it in her hand.
Let me see it. What does it look like?
I don't know. She hands Sparkles the comlink.
I'll scan my pen for that same mark.
Okay, hold on, because they're moving pretty fast too. So give me another Intuition Firewall there, Sparkles. I'm gonna edge that roll. Okay, so just as a second mark forms on, just as they get their second mark, Sparkles, you are conferring with Blue. You see the mark, and it's pretty obvious. It looks like a very stylized A on Blue's Actually, no. Actually, it'd be a very stylized M. A very stylized M on Blue's, or she has a mark on somebody else, and so you are going to quickly scan your pan for it, and you can see that both Huxton and you have, somebody has marks on you.
Ninja Vanish.
For
Drop
you?
an edge. Yep, drop an edge, clears my pan.
Okay. So you spend that point of edge, and suddenly both you and Huxton's devices just are cleared of those marks.
I don't think it works for me.
Boost my firewall.
Well, if it clears her pan and you're a part of her pan, I don't see why it wouldn't. I don't know the exact wording of the.
Oh, maybe.
Marks travel up's not down. I think it just gets rid of the marks. The only case where I believe it gets rid of both is if like ice like shares marks. So I don't think it would save Hoxton, but it would.
Okay.
I want to say the Ninja Vanish description even mentioned something about if you had marks on different things, it's only clears them on one or something.
Let me double check that. That sounds right.
Sure.
It's not a super commonly used quality, so yeah.
I'm looking for it.
It's worth intercepting and checking for a sec.
Okay. Well, I would assume at least Sparkles would give Huxton a quick heads up as she quickly winks out of the matrix.
In the cases where others share marks, such as ice, the others also lose their marks. So it's only if multiple others share the marks, then
like
they would
your
also
marks.
lose their marks on me. Yeah.
So.
And I boost my firewall up to 9.
So you still got him on Hoxton for now.
You want some sort of like surprise check to see if
Essentially, yeah, we're gonna see how if Huxton can reboot his device faster than they can trace your icon.
Yeah, that's fair.
So roll me a surprise test, Huxton.
I'm just like dampening myself down with a cloth, eyeing up some, pigs in a blanket or something, and then Sparkles tells me to reboot.
Okay, you're not surprised. Just in the nick of time, Sparkles says, "Reboot your device." Let's roll initiative for that, actually, very quickly, because this person is in VR right now.
Yeah,
so
I mean, there's an advantage
faster
to
than you
VR.
are. Unless you'd like to spend a point of edge to blitz or seize the initiative.
I don't. I already had to spend an edge today on something that I didn't expect, and I'm super scared of what everything. So no, I'm not.
Cold Sim is plus 3d6, right?
3d6 plus your intuition and data processing. I mean, I'm gonna reboot as fast as I can, but I'm just probably not faster than a VR hacker. And Sparkles did reboot. Or no, you just vanished, so you're still protecting my.
That's not how initiative works.
Works, Bob. Get your shit together.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, they're faster than you, Huxton. So let's have you resist that trace icon.
Yeah, I think it'll still be Sparkles because she just ninja vanished. She didn't disconnect from me, right?
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, she didn't disconnect. So Sparkles is good to go if she wants to take an action.
Oh no, sorry, I just meant she's the one resisting for me.
Oh yes.
And then I'm going into cold to see what I can see.
Oh, he has marks on your comm link, so it basically is directly connected to you, right? Am I wrong with that?
Yeah, that's not how marks work.
I don't know how marks works. You'd think I'd know that. I'm going back over here. Yeah, I've been playing Shadowrun too much.
We're all learning Matrix stuff here.
That's not the thing. Never mind. That's.
What's it called? Sparkles, can you give me a logic sleaze? Right? No, sorry, willpower sleaze. Ooh, all right. Yep. So this round, the icon is attempted to be traced, and nothing happens. So Huxton, I assume on your turn, you immediately reboot device.
Yeah, reboot device as Sparkles commanded me to.
Cool. All right. So that reboots, and then very quickly after, they will reboot as well to make sure that those marks can't be used against them.
What did you see, Spargo? What the hell is the big deal?
Waiting for the opportunity to do a matrix perception to see if I see anything.
Oh yeah, go for it. We're not really in that pseudo combat space. We're not in there anymore because they're gonna abstain from. They got hit. They got discovered. They're not gonna try again immediately. So you're looking for around here, like in your general vicinity for that mark?
Yeah, I mean the 100-meter general radius just to see if it's somewhere close.
Yeah, you don't see it anywhere nearby.
I will order my agent to monitor the pan for a mark that resembles that in specific, and any other mark, and alert me if it happens.
Okay. Your agent is on guard duty. What is your agent's rating?
6.
Okay.
What is his name?
It's
It can
Agent
only be 3
96.
letters long.
96.
All right, cool.
It's
Yeah,
Agent
so
96.
you guys just got attacked on the Matrix. I don't know how you want to move forward.
Yeah, ask Sparkles. Do you come out of Cold Sim, or are you just chilling on the table now? Like, have you like landed on one of the dinner plates too, like awkwardly having become the appetizer?
Once I don't find anything, I'll pop back out of cold VR.
What's going on? What happened?
Read your eyeballs.
Oh, it takes a second since I was rebooting my pan. But good. Somebody's looking for us. That's to be expected. Are there any appetizers around? Because I'm
Yeah, there's actual foods. You can have your pick of some wine and cheese and such things.
Sparkles, can I have cheese?
Well, the thing about dairy is you'll pay one way or the other way later anyway.
I'm willing to make that sacrifice, and I'll break myself off a hunk of cheese and some crackers or something.
I don't know why you'd want to eat cow milk. I mean, that's kind of weird.
Are you a vegan pixie?
No, it's quite gross. You know we're not.
That's kind of redundant.
Yeah, you don't even know where that comes from.
The cheese?
The cow it came from.
Look around. Is there any packaging?
No, there's no packaging.
Take a look at it. I mean, does it smell like cheese?
Yeah. Havelock will tell you it's real food.
Will Havelock tell me it's real food?
He's like blocked it out. He's filtered out his olfactory sensor and put like AR blockers over it, so he can't see it at all, not to tempt himself.
Look at the food. Look at the group. Slowly set the cheese back down before taking a bite.
You guys will wait for about another 5 minutes when you hear like a curt knock on the door.
From the right-hand door?
Yeah, the one that leads into the open dais. Not the right hand, the left hand.
Isn't that the door we came through to get here?
Yes.
So they put us in this room and they're going to take us back out into the same room?
I don't know. I just told you heard a knock on the door.
I'll go open the door and we can find out together.
I'm very analytical.
Clearly. Yeah, I'll grab the door handle and give it a turn.
Especially when I suspect everything and everyone around me.
You'll find an elven male, Huxton, wearing a very short, curt kind of blazer. He's got kind of light, dirty blonde, long hair. His
They
eyes
have
are
an
like
elven male Hoxton?
Yeah, essentially. Very long hair, though. A very slight kind of build, a severe-looking face, and he'll kind of say in a quiet tone, "I'm looking for Mrs. Greywolf."
I don't know
Look over-
about a Mrs. Grey Wolf.
Oh, I'm Ms. Greywolf.
Look over my shoulder. Anybody know a gray wolf?
That is a name that I am known by.
You have a visitor. Should I let him in?
Um,
And I'll float over.
yes.
And this elven male will kind of enter and look, and he'll say, "I understand that we've never met, Ms. Greywolf, but I have a business proposition that I need to run by you, but potentially, given the vote that's coming up and your status being so close to being a recognized board member, and that we're having a vote, would you be willing to hear me out?"
My ears are always open for a good opportunity.
He'll kind of nod, and he'll say, I'm sorry, I apologize. I can't reveal my own identity, but I can tell you who I'm representing. I'm representing Randall Telestrian. He his interests in this matter are pretty grave, given the change in the company that's coming soon, and you are one of the few people who own such a large amount of shares that are not within the family. So we were hoping that we could consolidate our shares with yours, and to get you a seat on the voting board, and potentially shift things to our favor if you'd be open to that.
Are you saying you're offering me your proxy?
He shakes and says, "No, you're currently sitting at just below the threshold. You're aware of this, of course. You understand that just below the threshold to have a vote on the council. So we would give you a certain amount of our own shares in order to get you above that threshold."
And what is it that you're asking for in exchange?
Just that you vote to our preference in the upcoming quarter meeting.
And how would you expect me to vote?
Roll me a con, Sparkles.
I love the political side of Sparkles. This is a new side I haven't seen before.
Is this fast talking?
Yeah, totally. You are 100% just like rolling with the punches here.
I'll edge that.
Okay.
Are they speaking in common, by the way?
They're speaking in Sparethio.
Srathio. I said common. I meant English, obviously.
Roll me a wisdom save, guys. He'll kind of raise an eyebrow, Sparkles, and he'll just say, "You are briefed on all the statutes and policies, right? I figured someone who had such a large share, 2.5% of Telestrian industry stocks is a lot."
Well, I rely on my staff to handle most of the kind of stuff. I don't have time for all of that, nonsense.
Oh, he'll kind of give a knowing nod, as you probably guess he thinks you're a figurehead now. And he'll say, "Well, can you give me the name of somebody within your staff who I can converse on these matters properly with?"
Well, that would be difficult since you didn't give me your own name. I wouldn't know who to tell him to listen for.
I told you I'm a representative of Mr. Randall Telestrian.
Well, then I will just, I tell you what.
And I'll give him a comm number to one of my disposables.
If you reach my office at this number, and one of my assistants I'll tell them that to expect a call from Mr. Telestrian's office, and we'll let you guys just work it out.
He'll honestly, I really appreciate that. Thank you, and he'll take the comm code and then say, "Enjoy your evening," all in Sparethio, and then he'll make his way out.
It's been delightful so far. I expect the rest of the evening to just ride along the same way.
Yeah, so he makes his exit.
Is everybody we know in this world at this party tonight?
Probably. Didn't you listen to the one at the door? It's a grand celebration. At least they're not trying to kill us this time. Yet.
I wouldn't say that just yet. I'm still young.
So, what do I know about Telestrian Industries?
Oh, so you know that they are one of the major corps in Shir. One of their members is a prince, a current prince, not a former one. You know that.
Would that be Randall Telestrian?
No, I can't remember the particular prince's name off the top of my head, but
okay.
I think it's a woman. Her name starts with an A. Anyway, you know that 5% of their stock is held by the government by obligation. There's a level of nationalization to it. Otherwise, it is owned by citizens of Shir. And you can't buy their stock if you're not a citizen of the tier. And you know that they mostly focus in obviously their industry. So they make things. They're a big manufacturer. It's one of the major producers in the tier, and they what's it called? They're like a major economic staple of the tier, even though they're in something of a financial crisis right now.
Note to self: check IRA fund mix when I get home.
Because this man seemed to imply that you owned a lot of stock in the company. So he'll make his exit, and otherwise, I don't know what you guys want to do, but you'll wait for about another 10 minutes, and you'll get another visitor.
Well, I don't think we have anywhere to go.
Unless you guys do anything different, you'll hear another knock on the door, more just to announce the presence, as you'll see a pair of individuals. One of them is, or two of them are just kind of these generic-looking bodyguard men. Both of them are elves wearing like some kind of suit armor. They don't have combat axes though, and they're accompanied by a kind of regal-looking individual, an elven male as well. He's got a great deal of jewelry on. He's got his hair tied back in a bun. It's this very, very pale white, and his eyes are this kind of glittering green.
Yes. What may we do for you?
He'll give you kind of like a very wide, winning smile, and he'll say, "It's good to meet all of you. My name is Viceroy Cirrus. I'm here to represent His High Honor, the Magister, in tonight's proceedings."
We welcome you to our current domicile.
He'll give you another wide smile. Sparkles, and he'll kind of like motion for you guys to make yourselves comfortable. There are seats in here, and he'll enter as well. He won't sit himself, and he'll just kind of look at all of you and say, "I trust that you've enjoyed yourself in our festivities and had a warm welcome."
It's been delightful so far. We've had all kinds of friends and acquaintances come to meet us.
Excellent. That is exactly what the feast is meant for. Before we reach the climax of the evening, and most of our officials are preoccupied, we wanted to make sure that we gave time to our honored guests, so that they knew that we valued their presence.
I would also like to make sure that the Magister extends his gratitude to Seraphina. She was an excellent guide and hostess.
He'll just kind of nod and say, "Oh, I'm sure that those. I'll make sure that those compliments are passed along." But as for pleasantries, perhaps we should get down to business, so I don't waste any more of your time tonight, and you have more free time to enjoy the festivities and mingle. You all have very honorably and humbly come here and admitted to some grievous crimes, but the court is not a place if it's not one of redemption.
The word admitted is slightly concerning.
But do you deny that your attendance here attacked a member of the court and abducted a very valuable resource?
My understanding was that we were invited here this evening to work out that very thing. I did not realize that judgment had already been proclaimed.
We're just trying to gauge your personal stance and defensiveness, madam. A willingness to admit one's crimes and ask for forgiveness is often met with a greater reception than a denial.
I also don't believe that anyone denied taking any such actions. I
That's the
believe
question I'm asking right now. Are you willingly admitting to the gravest wound that you have given the court in your previous actions and regret said actions?
Do you speak for the court?
I speak for the Magister.
And is the Magister standing in judgment in this particular ordeal?
He'll kind of like wave his hand and say, judgment is not the concern in this meeting. It's deciding exactly what needs to be done about the proceedings. But I think that all parties need to be aware of exactly the terms on which each of us are standing.
Well, as I was not present during the actions in question, it would be untoward for me to speak on the behalf of those that were without getting their explicit instruction prior. And I don't believe that they were prepared to make such a statement at this time. Can you give us 15 minutes to discuss?
Roll me a negotiation.
Not my strong suit. Can I hack on the fly and force him to negotiate with me?
Nope. He'll kind of shake his head and say, we're pressed for time, ma'am. It should be fairly plain your stance on in this regard. And he'll turn towards Blue and Huxton and start speaking in English, and say, I believe you are the pair that was involved in the assault on our courtiers. You willingly admit and admit guilt and admit remorse to these actions?
Huxton turns and looks at Blue's demeanor.
Blue just looks at the gentleman.
Might I suggest that you confirm your presence at the time and that you were under contract to perform the actions that you're being asked about?
What the little one said.
I don't know how to do this. I'm a consummate professional.
I will deny battle. It's not my nature.
Huxton will say,
We lost Bo.
Oh no!
Oh, we lost Bo.
No, I'm still here.
Oh.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. I don't see you on. I
got disconnected from roll20.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Huxton will sort of grit his teeth as Blue stays quiet, and he'll say, I don't make it a habit of discussing my actions, but I haven't done anything personal against you or yours.
He'll kind of give you a sour look, and he'll say, I see. This is, I was hoping you'd be more cooperative and plain-spoken about what exactly transpired, but if you're going to be resistant, I suppose that's the turn that we'll have to take.
What are you asking?
So
Were we
I'm
there?
checking through. I'm leveraging my politics knowledge. I'm looking to see what kind of if there's any softer language that besides the admitted word. Like acknowledge, like the. I'm looking for that not guilty but insane kind of thing, but that middle line between, no. Do you know what a no contest plea is?
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. What you'd be going for here, Sparkles, is essentially you'd be towing the line of we were acting as professionals. Our intent was never to harm the court, and we apologize if any offense has been taken, and kind of focus on making them the ones who are making what you guys did seem so egregious. So
Right.
it's them placing the blame on you instead of accepting blame.
Essentially, it's stating the job was to do what the job was. It wasn't personal. It wasn't about the entity, the property owner, and they weren't aware of who they were acting against, or perhaps we would have done something a little bit differently.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
was with you right up into that last bit. That's totally what I wanted to say, but I said it a lot less etiquettely.
Also, that last bit though is a blatant lie. The
That's
team
what I
did
meant,
know
yeah.
that they
Oh,
were working against the Sealy Court.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know that you guys.
Yeah, that's fine. I get that. You were just doing train of thought kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
so-
that's the gist of what I'm going for.
Do you
But I would not. Yeah, no outright dishonest statement.
do you like DNI that essentially, like, no, say this kind of thing, or do you?
Yeah, it's
speak
coaching.
for me?
No, it's
Okay.
coaching.
Okay, so make me an etiquette test, Huxton, with a +2 from Sparkle's coaching.
So I'm gonna ask a couple of questions, and you can say yes or no. I'm just asking for clarification. I have first impressions, and I have consummate professional. Would either of those apply in the situation?
First impressions definitely would. Consummate professional won't.
Okay.
He'll kind of like nod and he'll say, I appreciate the recognition of the potential consequences that your actions brought.
No, I'll kind of like stare at it for like a second while I like say that in my mind to like, because he's using a lot of verbiage, and then I'll kind of give him a sharp nod, like, yes, that's what I wanted.
However, it is important to note and remember exactly what transpired, and to take responsibility for the implications of such things. Obligation and responsibility are very important concepts in the court, even if intention does not always belie liability. And the court itself is holding you liable for the abduction of Mr. Coe's keeper and the harm done to Mr. Coe himself. And in order to demonstrate the veracity of your previous statement, that you were simply working on contract and that there was no harm meant, that you are truly men and women of your word and professionals, we would require you find Mr. Coe's keeper, deliver him back to us, and ensure that the information that was extracted from its mind not be further proliferated among our enemies. So we would require you to eliminate any of those who know his the confidential information inside its head.
They want us to get inside of somebody's head.
So you are offering a plea bargain?
I kind of say his question. It's
These, as contract, you are stating that these specific actions will result in forgiveness by the court?
We are saying that we recognize that you took no direct hostile action against us, but that your actions still harm the court severely, and that if you are showing remorse for that fact, we are offering you a chance to atone.
And no further favor
No.
will be expected in the future. This sets the scales to standard.
Yes.
Now,
Do we get paid?
I
for
will
that?
ask again. Do we get time to discuss this amongst ourselves?
He'll kind of nod slowly. He'll say, it's like you're not trying to abuse that consideration to stall. Then that is quite amiable. Yes.
More importantly, do we get paid for this?
He'll give like a really dirty glare at Blue, and
Well,
he'll
let's
say,
Don't feel compelled to answer that. Give us a chance to discuss it amongst ourselves.
You can see he was getting a little bit angry, and he'll turn to you, Sparkles, and he'll say, "You have 5 minutes," and kind of motion to his two bodyguards, and they'll leave the room.
I need money.
I think what essentially they're offering you is the opportunity to live another day in exchange for direct monetary compensation.
They're threatening us, blackmail.
Yeah, the thing
No,
is, if
I
we
think
could-
it's a promise. I don't think this is a threat.
What are you gonna say, Avla?
if we go and kill whoever else knows this information, however this memory got out there, aren't we gonna end up in the same sort of trouble with the other court?
Welcome to Ping Pong.
I wonder if we can find another way to resolve this without murdering whoever else we need to.
Now, do you know where this guy is? Don't
Huxton
speak
and
to
Blue,
me.
I need you guys to give me
Asking
another
you.
intuition firewall. Or device rating times 2. Holy crap, Blue. How are you rolling so well on these defense
I
tests?
told you I had a good comm link. Why don't you listen to me?
Am I back under Sparkles? Whatever.
Yeah, unless you wanted not to be, but yeah, you'd be under her ban. So yeah, Sparkles, you make it for him.
Sorry, what was the combination you want?
Intuition firewall.
Oh, intuition power. All right.
And I'm rolling pretty good too, but just not as well.
Blue gets dangerous with low dice pools.
Sparkles, what is this?
It's doing it again.
Ah, crap. Okay, so Sparkles, you suddenly have a mark on a device that you don't recognize, and Blue is complaining about the same thing. It's the same stylized M.
So my agent's going to ping me and let me know.
Yeah, your agent will very quickly let you know that you've got a new mark.
I'll do it just from AR, just to see if I can. I'm going to do a hack on the fly to add a mark to whatever device put that mark on me.
Okay. You're going to be facing a noise penalty for this.
Bring it.
Yeah, you got a noise penalty of 4 right now.
All right, I can drop 1 because of my comm link, and I will flip on.
This is probably distance rather than noise.
Yeah, this is distant. This is noise created from distance.
Okay, so just if I can attune, not atone. We're already working on atoning. If I can attune my Fresnel suit, I will try. If I cannot, then I'll just take the 4 dice.
Okay, so the way this is going to work, you can tell me what you want to do. It's going to take you an action to find the direction with the fabric.
Nah, that's fine. I'll just take the 4 dice.
All right, roll the 4 dice for me then. Ooh, okay, you got a second, Mark.
Trace.
Okay, well that's your action in this turn. Essentially, they'll go now. It's their action, and they're going to reboot their device. So,
Chicken! Bok, bok, bok!
I like that she can actually flap her wing.
I feel like you sent that as a message.
Sparkles is gone. Yeah, the mark's gone.
Yeah, I ran them off again. Cowards.
Could I see it that time?
yeah, you would have been. I'm assuming that the agent essentially would have alerted Huxton as well.
So I actually I got to look at the what was it, an M?
Yeah, it's an M, very stylized looking M, very official looking.
And the last thing Sparkle said to me was, "Do I know where this individual is?" And yeah, Huxton will just nod in the affirmative.
All right, we've got, 2.5 minutes here. It's up to you guys. I'll back your play whichever way you want to go. But we're in the presence of the court. If we don't address this as, with Louis' proxy, we know that it's as you are being asked to account for the agent of your contract, so Louis is going to account for the actions of people under his care. It's the Alenwell community that is going to suffer for whatever we choose to do in the next 2 minutes. I'll back your play whichever way you want to go, but be aware that you're speaking for more than just the two of you.
I see hellfire at both ends. I think we know damn well who's attempting to interfere with these, and I can just hold up my comm. We can.
Is it Faceboy, Mr. Beard?
Be my guy.
Okay, then I've got one other play that we can try. I recorded the transaction of the van on the way here. We can offer demonstration that they've got agents in the court and demonstrate and provide specific evidence. If that might buy us some kind of a chip that we can leverage.
Sparkles, his agents slaughtered an entire office building worth of people.
As if on cue, Huxton, there's a sudden like the light bulb that's in this room suddenly gets a lot brighter in a moment, and then the glass shatters in a halo of sparks, as if there's like a sudden power surge.
And I don't think you'd like us to tell anybody about that.
I'm just offering, when you're playing poker, you gotta make sure you know where all your chips are. Speaking of which, that's not good.
What, the light breaking?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm gonna do a matrix perception and see what I see.
Wait a minute. No. Hoxton will just say, he'll kind of put his head down and probably say something really cliche about like, the man with the blue eyes.
That's what I'm wondering. Did the lights blow out of that other place?
Sparkles, I would turn off anything you have that's electronic, and I start to do the same exact thing.
Blue will follow suit. Other than she doesn't turn off her eyes.
Oh God!
Yeah, I guess the Havelock laugh
Oh,
is
God,
he's
Blue.
got eyes and ears and a nose that I don't think you can turn off.
You see a look of just entire pity as I make eye contact with the two of you.
What?
What? Who the fuck is this guy with the blue eyes? Why do we care?
Oh, look at the broken light and say, it's the first thing that happened before he came.
Havelock looks down at his left index finger. He's got a flashlight in there, and he checks it.
It's fine.
Oh.
Sparkles, you don't see anything immediately strange. There's obviously stuff that's running silent right now or that's around you, but all from what you can tell from your matrix, there was just a power surge.
All right. we'll go ahead and stand down. I'll go ahead and turn down my equipment.
Okay.
Just out of, I can always turn it back on.
So Hoxie kind of snaps out of it, realizing that if he doesn't tell somebody, then people are gonna die potentially. At the building, before everybody was killed, we noticed electric fires. All the outlets, all the electronics had been zapped and fried. I believe, is it Blizzard? Blizzard mentioned an electric affinity to the man with the blue eyes, his soldier. If he's nearby, these people are going to die. We should pick a side. We either run or we warn somebody, but we have to do something now.
We have 2 more minutes before we're obligated to make any kind of commitments. Let's take advantage of it.
If he just wants us to go kill someone, I'll do that.
I agree. I don't want these people to die. I'm gonna start walking quickly towards the door, which I assume was closed right after he said he'd give us some time.
Yeah. And if you open it up, you'll see that him and his aides are just kind of standing near the entrance, trying to give you guys enough, so that he's not listening and that he's at earshot.
That kind of like Kramer through the door. That that like awkward explosion of just like, I don't know what's on the other side of this, but I need in here now, kind of thing.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna find him and sort of beckon him back over quickly.
He'll kind of nod to his guards, and they'll follow him back towards you guys and re-enter.
Fuck! I have a picture of this guy. I have a really good picture. Didn't you get a really good picture of this guy, Sparkle?
Yeah. Yep, I do.
Hey, Blue, did you have a chance to sense anything right after that to see if you can? I'm asking if you did. If you. And then I'll ask you
when the
character if
lights
you would.
like popped out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Blue, you see any magic going on?
Oh, I guess if she would ask me, I would do it as sensing.
You didn't see anything going on immediately in the astral blue. You can just sense it if you'd like, but you didn't see like a new aura in the room.
Okay.
See, it could have just been the Decker being really kind of mad that I kept we dropped offline.
It's the very faintest twinge of feeling, Blue, but there's a bit of magic in the air, that like the remnants of a of a spell.
There's definitely magic sense here. Can I look at it and get the type of spell? Which is a question I believe I can ask if I can.
Yes, it was a manipulation spell.
Alright, there was a manipulation spell was cast in here somewhere.
And Deckers can get kind of temperamental.
The manipulation spell may also be the reason for the noise, but I think I don't know if the Blue would know that. Never mind.
I'm glad that you translated that because I don't speak that Norse stuff he started with.
Someone cast a spell, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. We're the only ones who should have eyesight in here. Oh, unless somebody's spying on us.
Well, they're definitely trying to find us electronically.
We might ask that gentleman out there. Otherwise, I'm going to... do I see an astral signature? That's something I can get with 3 hits.
Yep, you see an astral signature.
Alright, I'm going to kind of commit that to memory.
Sure.
I think for like just internal monologuing here for the sake of our viewers, but like I think internally Hoxton having seen the horror at Amnesia Payments building a week prior, and then just this sudden spark of the light, whether it was from his suspicion of this blue-eyed murderer or not, I'm just at this point afraid that if we don't do something against Amaranth, then it's just going to lead to more people dying. And so I still think that Hoxton will kind of commit that answer that we've been toying around with and just sort of tell the man, like, well, I'll do it, but you also, this place might be in immediate danger.
He'll kind of raise an eyebrow at you and say in like a very low, very serious tone, "Is that a threat?"
Hoxton dismisses it with a shake of his head as he reaches into his jacket.
And In Spirithial, I will say
It's no threat. It's an advisory. We're making you aware of information that we have that maybe you don't have.
so that there's no confusion about translation.
I'm in the middle of pulling something out of my jacket. What's the guy do?
He doesn't do anything. His bodyguards both reach for their sides, obviously sporting firearms of their own.
All right, yeah, and I pull out my comlink.
They calm down.
I just used the word peace.
Peace.
He holds up his hands and he says, "Be calm. These people are cooperating. There's no need to be aggressive." And he'll kind of look at the comm link with an eyebrow raised.
I'll awkwardly hold the on button down for 3 seconds, and then we stand there for 20 seconds while it powers back on.
It only takes 6 or something, or 3. Yeah.
All right, there's an action for this. That's fair.
That's right.
Just like my real phone, fucking half an hour to turn it back on. And then yeah, I'm gonna pull up that picture that Sparkles had taken. It. I forget why, but we were like super impressed with the quality of it for some reason. And I'm gonna
it's because Sparkles spent a point of edge to push the limits on the sensors. So.
Oh, that's right.
She got
and they
super
got something
good picture.
ridiculous. That's right. That's it.
And it was just at the right angle, so we got the full frontal face with the little blue eyes.
And I'll just hold that out towards him. Say,
He'll,
does this man mean anything to you?
I'll say those eyes would fetch a quite lovely price at the market, but beyond that, no.
Well, then that was way less dramatic. I'll turn my comlink back off, put it back in my pocket. Look back at the group, like, we doing this?
Yeah, we've already agreed to help them anyway, remember?
I feel that it's the right way to go.
I'll follow your lead.
I think I have to buy off Consummate Professional after this. Amaranth Goodman. It's one of his agents.
His at that name, his eyebrow will shoot up, and he'll say, "What do you know of Amaranth?"
He's who you're asking us to kill.
He'll look like his eyes will go a little bit wider, and he'll say, "Interesting. I hadn't realized that the Unseelie had wormed their way so deeply in Seattle." He'll kind of give you a nod, and he'll say, "I need you to wait here. I need to go get somebody."
Judge intention.
Okay.
Yeah, I was doing the same.
Yeah, anyone who wants to roll, okay?
I hit enter and saw the 4 from Sparkles and got excited for a second.
Cool.
Nice job, Ella.
Yeah, so Havelock, you watch him kind of say, everybody else just sees him kind of internalize the information. You can sense he's a little bit fearful, a little bit unsure, and he's definitely unsure of what to do next. He isn't necessarily hostile. He's not saying, "Stay here so I can bring armed guards to drag you away to a dungeon," but he's also not saying that. He is truly uncertain of the next action he needs to take, and he's got to go confer with somebody else.
As soon as he actually walks out of earshot, Havelock will go up and kind of slide up beside Hoxton. Whatever you said shook the hell out of him.
Well, maybe he just found out that he's in war. They seemed kind of naive to that point. And
You guys wake me up or send me a message if something goes south. I'm gonna go check, make sure nobody else is poking around on the Matrix.
I just sold out my Johnson.
I was like, buy off that quality. How you gonna do that? You have no karma.
In a few months, I'll just stop applying the bonus.
So Sparkles, oh no, that's not, that's your, you resist your hot sim.
Oh wow, did we play with Hot Sim Addiction?
Yeah, we've been playing with Hot Sim Addiction for 9 months.
How we damn?
Well, some people are playing without hot addiction.
Yeah, clearly not everybody.
Do you play? Do you even work here?
I guess not.
What was your last paycheck?
Oh no.
Okay, so Sparkles, you take a quick look around in the Matrix. You don't see any suspicious-looking icons. What else are you looking for?
Any marks that look like that M on anything that I can see?
Yeah, you'd see this. There's a pair of what look like weather drones that have that mark on it that are just kind of floating around.
I'm going to take half a second and rearrange my deck. Am I still dealing with noise?
No, not for this. The noise was distance-based.
I'm going to data spike those 2 drones and put them down.
Before you, so you would have had a reason to kind of scrutinize these drones. So like you see the mark on there, and then you scrutinize them, and you can see the wrapper is running on them. They're not weather drones, which I'm sure you probably figured. You probably assumed that. And you can tell. I'll just assume you use the rest of your questions from your matrix perception to try and identify what these 2 quote unquote weather drones are. They're a pair of Ares Garuda.
Cheese.
I'm still going to crash them.
That's fine. I just wanted to let you know what you were crashing.
The hell's an Ares Garuda?
I am not going to pull up my James edition of the Drones Combat Matrix and find out what it is. I'm just going to put them in the ground.
For out of character knowledge, Huxton, there is like a bunch of different drone classes. Obviously, there's a specific drone class called drones missiles, and Ares Garuda are the only ones that fall under that category.
Oh, suddenly feel like I didn't want to know that.
Yeah, right. That's kind of what I thought.
I always forget this. Data spikes resisted with what?
I'm gonna go ahead and edge that. I'm gonna push the edge because I want to make sure I really get these things good.
Okay.
It's resisted with intuition and firewall.
Cool. Thank you.
Now, does push the limit get rule of 6?
Yeah. So what happens is you'll roll your edge rating, and the 6s on that roll alone will get the reroll, not the ones you've already rolled.
I'll take that.
Holy crap.
Holy moly.
Okay, yeah. So you watch as those 2 what's it called? You watch as those 2 icons just vanish from the matrix.
Does that launch the missiles that were aimed at us? Or...
You guys don't blow apart.
Good, good.
Okay, so Sparkles has just fried some tech, and Cirrus will arrive again with 6 treemen and a younger kind of looking woman. Actually, she looks really young, probably like 13, 14, with this like raven black hair.
I totally reach inside my jacket and put my hand on one of my guns when I see 6 tree men coming towards us.
Rolling a memory test, Huxton out of -3.
So what were those things called?
The treeman?
No, the 2 things that I just blew up.
Oh, Ares Garuda.
Oh, look at that.
What book are they
Oh.
from?
They're from Rigor 5, I think. Huxton, you see this young woman's face, and you don't recognize it in your memory because that memory is gone.
Oh
But
no!
you do recognize the details that you pointed out before because like she was kind of an odd looking girl, so you made sure to make note of it. A very young 13, 14-year-old female with a knife on her side, very dark raven black hair. That's the person that kissed you, the person whose memory you held.
Oh no! What? Do I remember? What?
Her name
Do I
is?
remember what I called her? Yeah, essentially.
Yes. Oh, you know who she is with four hits at least. You remember. Her name is Thespie Sorel, the Queen
Was that
in
Thespie
Exile.
with a T?
Yes, TH.
Thespie Farrell.
Sorel. I'll write it out for you.
Okay, thank you. Oh no! We really are running into everybody we could possibly know.
Thespie Sorel, the Queen in Exile. She's a former Sealy Queen.
Can we leave now?
Huxon probably is just staring at her, but I still have like a hand around my my one Warhawk's grip, like on the inside of my jacket, but like I'm just kind of like stunned staring at her.
She kind of like walks over and looks you up kind of laconically, Huxton. She glares at you for a moment and she whispers something under her breath. Make an auditory perception test for me. You hear her whisper, kind of in like a questioning tone, "Dragon blood?" And then she'll look at you very, very deliberately, and she'll ask you, "You are certain that you were conferring with Goodman Amaranth for these affairs?"
She whispered that to herself or to me?
To herself, yeah, like in
Oh,
a questioning tone.
that sucks. Kind of shake myself out of the stunned state, and then just nod, sort of reluctantly.
Blue, you can watch as her aura suddenly becomes dual-natured. You can tell that she's probably very deliberately looking at Huxton's aura to see if he's lying. She seems satisfied. She'll nod her head, and she will turn to Sirius and say, "They speak the truth. Take them." And then she'll begin to walk away. And Viceroy Sirius will look towards all of you and will say, "We appreciate the intelligence that you've gathered on these criminals, these terrorists. We're going to need to question you further, though."
Huxon's just staring at Sorel as she walks away.
I'm gonna pop out of hot VR for a minute. Who's in the room? Is it just us, or is she still in there?
Nope, she's gone. Outside of the room, like outside the door at the threshold, is Sirius and 6 treemen.
Hey, Cirrus.
He'll look at you and say, "Yes, ma'am."
What kind of matrix support or rigor support do you guys have protecting this place?
He'll kind of raise an eyebrow and say, "I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to discuss that. We actually need to ask you further questions about your involvement with this man. Please come with us."
Do you have 2 missiles flying around overhead?
He'll kind of stop. Give me a judge intentions.
You want me to judge his intentions?
Yeah. He'll say, "As I said, ma'am, I can't disclose any of the information about our security details."
Okay, well, if you did, I blew him up. If you didn't, I blew him up.
So go take a point of edge back for that. He'll say, "Again, I need you all to please come with me. We have further questions for all of you."
Somebody carry me. I'm going to cover this place because these guys can't cover. What's a nice word for squat?
Squad
These
is
guys
the
are
nice.
not. These guys are not as good as they should be. So somebody carry me.
The
I got
fairies
you,
are
Sparkles.
not Matrix characters.
Well, they need to really reinvestigate their hiring processes.
Hey,
Isn't Sparkles?
Blue will Blue will hold up her phone and be like, even my phone can beat them.
Um,
I'm gonna go back into hot VR and add my ability to protect this place since I'm not gonna bank my protection on their people anymore.
okay.
Blue will pick up Sparkles and probably just carry.
Message me if you need me to wake up.
It's got by the scruff of her neck, just sort of letting her dangle.
Got a drag handle on the back of her outfit, right? Because I don't need a drag it, I'll just carry her.
I will cradle very gently in your arms.
Alright.
And you'll see that her wings will fold up around her as kind of like self-embracing.
She's kind of cute when she's sleeping.
So are you going with these guys willingly, or?
Oh no, I shot him. We're running.
Oh.
Yeah, no, we're following.
Alright, Blue's gonna bite him. Oh wait, what? Oh, don't get Wolfchild excited.
Wait, was that a serious answer? I need to know what's going on.
I want to fight them. We're fighting them now. You promised. I'm a goddamn Viking. I want to fight something.
We'll fight something, not this guy.
Alright.
The trees, you can't eat them anyways.
That's a fair point.
I will stay in the leveraging matrix perception to see what all I can see that's out there besides those two missiles.
So they'll take you across the hall, actually, into the dining room. Seems to be a little bit more secured. He'll kind of look around at all of you, and he'll say, "I think we need to move quickly." And he'll look at Huxton and Blue. Which of you has worked with Amaranth most extensively?
Well, I don't know a whole lot if you haven't figured that out. I'm just a hired muscle. She'll look at Hoxton.
Yeah, as Blue sells me out, I'll kind of just reluctantly probably nod.
Excellent. We'll need you to remain here, and he looks at the rest of the team. We'll need you to start on that contract immediately and apprehend this terrorist.
Do we have his comm number still? Can we call him?
He lives on Council Island. Sparkles has his address.
There we go. We start there. And then Blue will look around and then look back at the guy who has been talking to us. Like, do you expect us to walk there? You drove us here, remember?
He'll actually kind of weigh that and look at all four of you and kind of consider, and he'll say, "Wait a moment. Things are becoming complicated."
Thought that's what you people like.
He'll ignore the comment and then leave the room. About 10 minutes, probably more like 5 minutes later, another individual will join you. A kind of very shortish, kind of looking elven woman, short for an elf, probably around 5'10". She'll walk in. She's wearing these long robes. She's walking in with Cirrus, and she looks at him and then looks at the group and says, "Which one do we need to inspect?" And she'll point to Huxton, or he'll point to Huxton, and say, "Quickly, though, we need to be moving. We think the Unseelie are afoot." And she'll nod and she'll move over towards you, Huxton, and she'll say, "I need to know everything you know about this man."
Huxton will look past her. Oh shit, Sparkles is unconscious in Blue's arm. Huxton will DNI to Sparkles. If we're gonna go all in, you may as well tell them about the driver, so they can deal with that now. Or give me the footage so I can do it, essentially, so you don't have to divert out of.
That's fine. I'll pop back into AR and then tell my agent to keep.
To be clear, she's
monitoring.
not asking you, Huxton. She's more informing you that she's going to be taking that information now.
Oh. All right, I do my best to not remember the fact that I just found out that I'm related to a dragon. That's entirely what I focus on. It's probably the opposite of how mind probing stuff works.
Well, you can resist if you like. I don't know if there's any rules for like voluntarily not resisting, but I'm gonna say that since there is information that you want to keep obscured, we'll just have you roll to resist anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of that'd be my hesitation is like I don't want to resist, but the first time she does it, I'm probably resisting just out of fear.
Well, think about qualities that would come into play too. So if you've got some qualities like consummate professional and things like that, it's going to prevent you from being overly willing.
Yeah. And there's also specific qualities like the memory palace now in cutting aces that would help me section this stuff away magically. Or not magically, but away from magical thing.
There's a fun adept power that allows you to erase memories for your head for an extended period of time.
They added onto that and with more too in cutting aces.
Or you can call
Yeah.
Dawn. Oh wait.
Well, if anybody listens to the Arcology podcast, they just got finished doing some of this stuff on theirs.
Okay, so Huxton, I need you to give me a willpower logic.
About sums it up.
Okay, so she can get.
And if it's at all possible, yeah, the only thing I'm attempting to hide is basically other job details that don't relate to Amaranth and all of my drama that's unfolded.
Actually, I'm going to spend a point of edge for her because she needs the whole kit and caboodle. Yeah, there we go. You feel as this intrusive force kind of bores into your mind, Huxton, meticulously rifling through your memories, very much like the way a search engine might look for keywords, very like touching on memories, looking for pertinent information and then quickly discarding them when they don't need them, boring, looking through everywhere, deeper and deeper. Um, it happens in an instant, and then the alien presence kind of suddenly vanishes as the woman takes a moment to compose herself as she nods at Cirrus and says, I have everything that I need.
And I kind of like let out a gasp as it leaves me and say that wasn't pleasant.
He looks at her and says, is there any need to detain them further? Should we take them to the castle?
The
She'll the castle, the Sealy Castle. She'll look at him and she'll shake her head and say, "No, it's best if we keep this as clean as possible." And then she'll leave, and he'll kind of like give her a very curt bow in appreciation and look at everybody and say, "We'll need you to be leaving now, but make sure that you are available for our methods of contact. We will make sure Mr. Sands knows exactly what is going on. Otherwise, you've been given a job. We expect you to fulfill it."
we we need protection for the people caught up in this.
He's not listening anymore. He says the drive. Your driver will take you back to the what's it called? To your tavern, and then he exits.
What the fuck just happened?
Do I still have all the memories of Amaranth and all that shit? They didn't take them, right? They
No,
just
they
looked
didn't
at
take them. They just looked at him.
them. See what you've been saying about that Dom lady.
It ain't any fun, is it?
No, not something I'd like to do again. Yeah, I agree, Sparkles. That's, I was about to say something, but then I changed my mind. Let him leave the room. Let's get out of here before they change their mind.
Okay, so I assume you guys go back out the front. The pool is still quiet and unmoving, and there's a familiar van there.
Do I see Sorella around at all?
Make a perception test.
Could it be in detail on our walk
Oh
across
yeah,
the
yeah,
yard?
because you're looking very particularly for a very, very anomalous woman. Okay, you see like her kind of moving in between various people talking. She seems to be moving very quickly and very deliberately towards like you guys are exiting. She's moving towards you, towards the building you just came out of.
I want to break away and intercept her.
Okay. You break away. At this point, you guys are just walking by yourselves to the gate. You manage to stop her.
Can we speak privately for a moment?
She'll roll me an etiquette test.
It's about your fountain. That's just a base etiquette.
She'll kind of like motion you towards one of the trees.
How did she react when I said it was about her fountain?
She didn't really display any emotion. She just seems a little bit interested in what you have to say, but only mildly in passing.
Okay. So when we get over to the tree, in a low tone, I'll say, "It is yours, isn't it? Whatever was inside of that."
She'll just kind of blink at you.
And you know everything it does and says.
She again just kind of like shrugs.
I'm on thin ice here. I don't exactly have a lot of support. I need answers.
At that, she'll say, "And what are you willing to pay for them?"
Kind of glance over my shoulder at Sparkles, and then back at her and say, "I don't know. Whatever it takes."
She'll kind of give you a devilish smile, and she'll say, "And what do you need to know?"
Who I am.
She'll kind of like, because she's like probably 5'2", maybe, and she'll kind of like beckon you to come closer because she's gonna whisper.
I'll lean down as much as I need to. Maybe take a knee.
And she'll say, "You should know, we have no love for your kind or your father's kind. Be careful what you say next. Why and who are you working for?"
Kind of like staring forward, not really looking at her. Kind of take like a big gulp at all that. Say, would you believe me if I said I don't know?
She'll kind of like give you a look and run her hand very gently across your face, and just nod and say, "I would believe that you're just a pawn, and they fall very easily. I would suggest that you leave now."
I'm gonna stand up, look at her, extra second, and then turn to catch up to the group.
Hey, does Hawks have? Oh wait, Hawks didn't. Did you put your device in my pan?
Yeah, my device is in your pen.
Do you
Although
have?
it's currently off.
Okay, nuts. I was gonna ask if you had any kind of ear devices that would allow me to hear what you were saying or hear what you were hearing.
Bummer. No, I don't think so. I'm still paranoid that the fucking blue-eyed guy's gonna show up and kill everybody with electronic.
I had something that I was gonna say, but now I can't.
She'll actually say, "Wait, I've forgotten. I had almost forgotten that I have one thing owed to you."
I'll stop and kind of turn and cock my head to the side.
And she'll kind of like offer you her hand.
This is where I'm expecting it to get shot with magic. But yeah, I guess I'll. Is there something in it, or is she
No,
asking
just
for
like
my hand?
just like an open palm.
What is it?
Do you touch her?
Yeah, I guess if that's the body language.
As she grasps your hand, you feel a sudden weakness fall over your body. Roll me your body and willpower.
You totally said you would pay whatever.
She didn't really answer the question though.
That's for her to decide, not you.
Oh, let's spend a point of edge. Oh wait, no, we have to kill Amaranth. I'm not gonna spend a point of edge.
Okay.
She's gonna have it.
Huxton, you find literally your body is overcome with weakness.
How much karma did you just give her?
I don't have any karma.
No, she's not draining karma. Your body is reduced by 4. As she leans in and whispers again, that is for my treasured soldier Philithus. Be careful whom you attack.
Oh, what a bitch.
And
You
then
said
she
4.
kind of pushed your weak body away as you stumble to the ground, and she kind of like motions for you to leave her. Yeah, -4 right now. That's not a permanent thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So yeah, I still have a body score of 1 now, essentially. So somewhat weakly, kind of like stutter backwards a little bit, and I'm gonna look at her and just sort of think better of saying anything.
Do I think you're dying? I'm definitely going to run over to support you, and then read my negative quality.
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, a body of from a body of 5 human to a body of 1 in a moment. I imagine it's somewhat of a sudden, almost attack of my being.
Blue will definitely run over, just have a massive look of concern, like a sad puppy, and then probably angrily look at her.
She'll just actually she really won't pay any attention. She'll just turn away, turn her back to you. She apparently does not care a little bit.
And she'll ask Hoxton, what happened?
I'm just kind of grabbing a bit of my chest and sort of under my breath say something about I made a mistake. I feel weak.
Oh shit. Blue will growl at her back as she's retreating, and I shall kill her for you.
No, she's the was that the queen? Was that the right title?
Former.
Well, in my memory, she was the active queen. So
yeah.
She's the queen. She from the memory. She's too strong.
Probably just letting out a low guttural growl for retreating back.
Help me.
Okay, so you guys will be taken to your van, and then driven back towards Seattle.
Is it the same elf driver?
Yeah, it is.
As we're approaching the van, if I recognize that, I'm still out, but I would I'm either sensing or using somebody else's eyeballs or something. Is there an option? Can I see? Is there a way for me to tell?
I mean, I don't think I wasn't slave to your band, but I would open my visual feed up to you if you're in VR.
Well, I just hoping somebody remembered that I said we didn't. If we're going to be driven by the same elf, we want to interrogate them. I don't know if somebody saw that D&I earlier, but I want to point it out just in case. We don't want to be driven by the same Amaranth's same henchman.
Oh, yeah. On that note, we could. Do we still have somebody at anyone at like our escort where we could make that conversation to them, the people who are interrogating us and all that?
The tree men are escorting you guys out. Cirrus has departed. You can ask for Seraphina if you'd like. Otherwise, it's just the tree men.
Is it the same treatment? Do
Yes.
I recognize any of them?
It's the same ones that were accompanying Cirrus. It's not the same ones that were in the car with you.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. Because I think it was not just the driver who seemed like he was in control, but also the treeman. So as long as...
Well,
yeah,
they were
much seemed
reporting
like
to
the
him.
driver had authority over the tree men in the car.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
They could be minions of some kind that are ordered to follow somebody's instructions.
Yeah.
Oxen just kind of bent over, leaning on the van. But yeah, that's a good idea to get a hold of somebody.
I also pointed out that if we can just get the van, I can drive us, assuming it's got rigor in it. When I saw it earlier, could I tell if it was rigor enabled or not?
Yeah, it's rigor enabled.
Okay, then I'll stand by the DNI I sent earlier that I can drive it if you guys want to disable the driver.
And Blue will just walk up to the driver and just tell him to get out.
I'll tell you to get bent.
Blue doesn't get bent; she bends.
I'm not as strong as you think.
He'll tell you to get the Drek in the back, and it's time to go home.
Well,
To be clear, his 4 treemen are still in the back of that car.
yeah.
Somebody go get Sarah. Tell her that we need whatever his name was.
Alright, Blue will hand Hoxton to Havelock and go look for Sarah if you could find her.
I'll
Or
take
that,
Havelock and kind of throw one of his arms over his shoulder.
or that fanciful guide we had to start with. Anybody that looks familiar, really.
Yeah, you can find Sarah. She's kind of floating around. She will just give you a big smile, Blue, and say, it was very good for you to be here. I'm glad that you're doing so well. She'll tell you that your attire isn't really isn't necessarily all it could be, just to fit in properly, given like the aesthetic of the party. And she says she actually got something for you. She takes out like a shawl, basically, more like a veil actually. She said, you can wear this," and she kind of like drapes it over you. And she'll say, "Much, but there you go."
Blue just shrugs her shoulders and lets it fall on the ground. I'm looking for a new driver. We prefer not to have this gentleman.
Oh, well, I suppose that could be arranged. I don't think there are many people available. Actually, I would be free to drive you right now if that's what you need.
This was a woman who was the guide to us in the beginning, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She'll just like, that'll work. She'll start walking back with her. She
Okay,
gets back to the party like, I found her. She said she'd drive us.
Did something happen to your current driver? Did he get sick or something?
His trees smell.
Oh, well, the Lishi aren't really under my direction, so, I mean, I don't know how I can... I'd have to talk to my superiors about getting that guard detail changed.
The guards are fine, as long as you drive us.
She'll kind of shrug and go up and like kind of knock on the glass, and you'll see her kind of like talking, and she'll turn towards the group and say, "Okay, he says he'll be willing to let me drive."
Let's start.
And she'll look at all of you and say, "Well, hop in the back just like before, and we'll get on our way." And you'll watch her get into the driver's seat.
Austin crawls in the back and lays down on one of the benches.
To be clear, the 4 treemen are still in the back there, and your original driver is in the passenger seat of this van right now.
Oh, that doesn't help. We just created a victim.
You said you wanted someone else to drive. I've got someone else to drive.
No.
I'll let you buy the hits on the van speckles. It's not being actively protected. I mean, it has an active protection, but you'll do it fine.
All right, I'm gonna send a message. Oh, we don't know the guy's name, do we?
No, you
The
don't know
driver.
your
The
driver's name. No.
drivers.
Driver's less of a concern than the fact that they've got 4 Christmas trees in the backyard. These things were somewhat
Still gonna
vulnerable.
try something. No, I don't want. I've got an idea, but I don't want to do it because I don't want to spoil something later. All right. I'm gonna lose those marks as soon as I get inside anyway.
You'll be fine. I'm sure you can direct connect to the ashtray, like the charger here in the back. Just like no.
Not with those 4 tree dudes in there. All right, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Oh, what? Where are the tree dudes at? Are they behind us, like essentially, and then we're sitting in the middle?
Yeah, so what they would do is they would get out, let you guys sit towards the back of the seats, and then sit between you and the door.
So I'll come out of Hot VR as we approach the van because I know I'm not gonna. I don't want to lose my graceful connection anyway. When I see Sarah there and the elf dude and the 4 tree guys, I'm going to approach Seraphina and I'm going to show her the video on my comlink without saying anything. So I'm going to pull my comlink out and show her the video of the driver talking to Amaranth.
Okay, so how
It's
are you
not-
going to do that when they're sitting right next to each other?
No, that's what I'm saying. This would be outside of the truck.
Okay.
If she's already in it with him, did Cirrus give us a way of contacting him?
No, not Cirrus.
I think they just said that they would contact us essentially.
Okay, so we don't have a way of communicating back saying that we're done when the job's over?
Louis.
Oh, all right.
I'm not getting in the truck. Y'all go ahead.
I said, Blue.
Not if that elf's up there.
Blue would get.
I'll fly.
Blue would get in the car, but she's intentionally sitting like probably with as between the tree men as she can and her teammates.
It's crazy to get in there, but that's your call.
Do you want to walk back to Seattle?
I don't walk anywhere, but I'll find another ride.
Oh, we don't know where we're at, right? Did we ever get GPS of like where we are? Like
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a GPS. You're just you're on the border of the Salish and Puyallup on the Salish side of the border, and you're like probably 50 kilometers away from civilization.
yeah, that's why I say like there's not an easy cab or something to call.
No,
Yeah.
there's no way of getting out of here unless you can find a vehicle.
It is crazy to get in the vehicle to ride with that guy up front, knowing what we've got to go do.
Oh, that's a good point. Blue will just look at him and it like tap on his window. I guess as she's gotten back out of the car with Sparkles resisting.
He and the Bush boys have got to go.
He'll give you like a weird look, Blue, and say, "What the direct do you want?"
We don't like you.
Ooh, tough shit. I don't like you either. Get in the back. Let's go.
Oh, you get out of the van. She's gonna drive us.
roll me an intimidation, Blue.
Alright.
And now, while Blue has Elf Boy distracted, I'm going to go around to the driver's side and get a hold of Seraphina's attention.
Okay.
Do I get any modifiers?
Yes, I was just gonna do that. You are 100% physically intimidating. And I think there's another one there for like being larger than him.
There's physically imposing, which is between a 1 and a 3.
I'll give you a 2 for physically imposing.
Oh, good. I've got 3 dice then. Not bad.
And while they're having their conversation, I'm going now I will show Serafina the video and say
Okay.
that we don't trust the driver.
She'll kind of nod, like kind of understanding. She doesn't know who Amaranth is, but she gets what you're trying to convey, that this guy's compromised.
I just say that we observed him meeting with the Unseelie.
She'll kind of nod and turn towards the guy and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, Godfried. I actually Cirrus needed to speak with you. He just let me know something about," and then she'll kind of go into some technical talk. And so we're going to see if she lies well enough to convince him.
And he needs to take his bush people.
Yeah. She's telling a lie that basically says, like, you need to take all of you need to go and report to somebody, and we'll wait here until you get back.
I like the idea of she was Unseelie and just like get in the fucking car.
I debated that, and I figured, the best way to find out if she is or isn't is to just be right up straight with her.
Or she is,
Okay.
and she knows.
Oh no.
He is the defender in this case, so he'll just kind of nod and be like, "Oh, of course, yes, I understand." And he'll get out of the cab and look at Blue, give her a glare, walk back towards the open back of the van, and take out a comm and pass it to either Huxton or Havelock.
Havelock will reach out and take it. He tells this.
So the man that stopped you before kind of winks onto the comm, Havelock, and he says, "I understand that you've essentially been compromised for my purposes."
Wait, what was that?
He's basically saying, like, "I know you're working for the Sealy Court now."
We weren't actually very subtle in our dismission of him.
Well, you're working for one or the other, so. We didn't really seem on his side whenever he met with us last.
I don't know. Havelock doesn't say anything.
Okay. He'll say, from what I understand, there's no way to negotiate with you then, and if that's the case, then very regrettably things will have to become more difficult between all of us. I'm very sorry to hear that, and I wish you the best in the future in your endeavors. And he'll kind of like give you a nod, and then it'll turn off at the comm. And Godfrey will take it back from him, or from you, Havelock, and kind of like gesture to the treeman to get out of the car. And he'll just shrug and say, "You're free to go."
Serafina, this is gonna get messy. If you don't want to go, we're not gonna make you. You've helped us tremendously, and we consider you a good friend. You would probably be best to steer clear of Godfrey and let Cirrus or somebody in authority know that he's not to be trusted. He's an agent of the Unseelie.
She'll kind of nod and she'll say, "Yes, I understand, but I'm your steward for this evening. I need to make sure that you get home okay."
Well, then why don't you slide over and let me drive?
She'll kind of like nod and she'll say okay, and she'll move over to the other seat.
All aboard!
Get in.
Okay, you guys get in. Sparkles, I assume you take control of the vehicle and start driving everybody home.
First things, I'm gonna check this thing over, make sure it doesn't have any tracers, marks, any doohickeys, stealth tags, from everything from the air nozzle up to the very tip of the antenna, from bumper to bumper and side to side.
Okay. Well, we can expedite that and say, yeah, you find a number of tracking tags and similar things that you can all data spike into oblivion.
I fry everything that isn't necessary to make the engine go vroom vroom.
Okay, you've got the van clean then, and you're just gonna take off.
I also check Serafina and make sure she doesn't have any marks all over her.
And do we
Okay,
own
roll me
the
a matrix
van now?
perception. What?
Hoxton, do we own this van now? What is she doing?
No, it's not ours. We have to give it back. Why? Do you need a van?
No, she's just doing a lot of stuff.
It's alright. It's all useful.
She's got something running silently on her.
Serafina, whatever that is, you want to turn it off, please?
She'll kind of raise an eyebrow and say, I don't know what you're talking about.
I will find out what it is.
Okay. Again, I mean, you can keep trying and throwing dice at it. We'll roll it out. We'll see what happens. Okay, you can find it. It's she's got a stealth tag on her.
Can I tell where?
Not through the matrix, no. You just tell it's on her inner persona.
You've got a tag on you somewhere, and we don't need that to be on right now. I can fry it if that's what you want, but I was going to give you an option to just do it on your own.
She raises her eyebrow and says, "Oh, yes. That's part of. I can't. That's implanted. So they know where I am."
You want to go get a new one later?
They wouldn't respond very good if it went offline.
Who do you report to?
I report to the Sealy Court. I mean, what do you mean, my direct superior?
I tell you what. Why don't you get in the back?
Okay.
Okay, that'll work.
All right, she'll get in the back with you guys, and Sparkles is in the front.
All right. Now I check to make sure that it's not emitting out through the darkened, blackened back part of the truck that is all Faradayed out.
Yep. As soon as she goes in there, it's not sending a signal anymore.
Oh, I asked her,
You might want to call your boss. You're getting ready to go black.
and then I closed the door.
Okay.
Wait, you just put her in a Faraday cage and then tell her to call her boss?
Exactly. Hey, I'm playing the Sealy games. I gave her plenty of advance notice. Click.
Okay, so you guys.
As I'm
head
going to the
into
front of the
back.
truck.
They want to dance Sealy dances? I can dance the Sealy dances.
And you head back to where are you guys going? Back to the Ale and Whale, or dispersing?
Yeah.
Or
Well, I'll punch in coordinates. Use my orientation system. Make sure we get back in a very safe manner.
what? Okay, yeah, you're heading back to.
I'll find us a safe house. Someplace that's neutral. I'm not going to the Ale and Whale. We'll find someplace neutral that's not too terribly far, but it's close enough that we can get other rides, cabs, or mass transit or whatever.
We have to warn Louis.
Well, but I don't want to take Serafina all the way to that place. So I'll find a nice little spot halfway there that's so that she doesn't have to drive through any kind of horrible thing to get back. Park it there. Even if it's just something as simple as a McHugh's parking lot where we can sit and wait until another vehicle can come and get us.
Yeah, sure. Let's say it's a McHugh's parking lot.
That's a good safe spot.
All right, so I'll go. I'll let everybody out. Say, hey, this is going to be as far as we go for now. Serafina, you're welcome to take the truck back we appreciate everything you did for us. I felt like it was best that, the more we can keep you in the dark, the safer you'll be later. Nobody's going to be able to hold it against you. And you did your job. You did as you were instructed. You aided us, and we appreciate that.
She'll nod and she'll say, "Okay, I'll do my best to make sure that everybody knows what they need to know." And she'll get in the car and drive away.
And just confirm with
It wasn't serious. I'm sorry, my notes are not complete near the end there. What was the name of the person that finally told us to go do it? Yeah, it was serious, right?
It was serious, yeah.
Okay.
let Cirrus know that we're on the job.
She'll nod and she'll say, "Oh, of course."
Now, we've got to debate the decision. What do we want to do?
What decision is left?
Well, do we go to the Alum Whale and wait?
Oh wait,
Do we do some legwork? Do we go straight after Amaranth? Do we put together an army? What's the plan?
first off, Blue. One of those. The queen did something to me. Can you see? It happened when I touched her.
I'll take a quick view on him on the astral. I assume it's not sustained.
Oh no.
Roll me your sensor.
I imagine I'm probably not gonna be able. Ooh, sweet! I'm not in the Ebb anymore. We're back in civilization. All right.
Okay, that's enough to identify the type of the nature of the magical subject, which is on Huxton's aura. There is a sustained spell.
It's still sustained.
At the moment, yeah.
So Blue will tell him that. I assume. I think I may need 3 hits to know it's a health spell or anything like that.
Yeah, you need that to be able to identify the.
Yeah. So
My body feels weak. Am I gonna be like this forever?
No, it's sustained. I'm sure she'll get bored of you soon. Blue tries to say it with like a hint of optimism.
I feel like she's been alive for a very long time, and the concept of soon might be different for her and I.
Do you know anyone who could dispel? A counterspeller or magician?
Does McHughes have a ward?
No.
I'm sure I know somebody.
What's our next plan here, guys? Are we going for a safe house till the morning, or?
So, okay, assuming I can take care of that and I have a couple of ideas how. Yeah, we need to warn Louis because we've just traded one enemy for a different one. Anybody you love and care should be put in protective custody. And then we need to deal with this sooner rather than later, I guess.
Shame I couldn't have borrowed those 2 missiles. I could have just dropped them on Amaranth's head.
I assume she's just sending us to die. From what we've seen, like he controls some type of power, right? We've seen him. Have we ever seen him with the tree people or anything similar to that? Or we've just talked to him, I guess, haven't we?
Yeah, you just talked to him. He's you can tell he's a conjurer to some level, so he can summon spirits, but no actual forces essentially.
They would not have gone through all of that effort to send us to die. They are sending us to deliver first strike.
But they don't really care if that fails.
They don't care if we live or die. They do care if it fails. Those are 2 different things.
I mean,
If
they'd
we're
like
dead,
it to
it's gonna fail.
succeed, but it wouldn't hurt them if we fail.
Right, we're a first strike weapon. You know, if we're not around for the second strike, nobody cares.
Well, if we die, they probably get their revenge if they're angry with us.
Well, they get twofold, right? It's a trigger that starts the escalation because it's more overt.
What did she precisely say she wanted us to do?
Retrieve Marcus Coe's keeper, the coin, and
Take-
destroy anybody that had extracted knowledge out of it.
Right. So anyone that knows anything that came out of the keeper.
She would point at Hoxton like, doesn't that apply to you?
That memory was not his.
It
That
was hers.
No, it was his bodyguard's. And I technically don't have that anymore. I believe the former Queen Sorel has that now. I say we call in our favors. We build an army. We head to Council Island. And we finish it.
What kind of army are we going to need to do this? You've made it sound like this guy's some sort of badass. What should we expect?
Blue will laugh to begin with and look at her, like, down at her very blue, obvious Norse outfit. Do I look like someone who can go onto Council Island? I'm not exactly welcome there. Neither of you. Yeah, you're all too pale.
It's exactly the castle that he's chosen. And it has its obvious defenses, but I think that's where this fight is.
It's not like we're chopped liver.
Well, that's not the point. How far are you going to get in Nan territory as Caucasians?
Just shrug.
We're already at a disadvantage before we even step foot on the soil. He knows we're coming. And I don't think that we have exactly the right people to make an assault on somebody's house. Especially someone who's a magician.
Yeah, just to interject metagaming wise, guys, you are not expected to complete the destruction of Amaranth tonight.
Okay. I was like, I don't think we're very well equipped to go deal with spirits and whatnot right now.
No.
No, that's what I figured. That's why I said build an army. Essentially, hire for a job. I did have a point though. What was it going to be? I know. I don't know for certain that he's on Council Island. I know that when
He was.
yeah, he was there when we were attempting to deal with him prior, a week ago. There's a chance that's not where he is. We'll have to find him again. But he did boast to me about his army, the blue-eyed one and others like them. He will be ready for whatever we bring. Our only other option is to try to beg for his mercy and be on his side, in which case we're dealing with what we just saw back there and whatever the hell they did to me.
Hey, this is one of the few times that we know what the resources of the bad guy is before we go. That's like a blessing.
Do we? We know he has blue-eyed people, and that's about it.
And that they like to blow stuff up. I mean, we're already ahead of the game.
Alright, someone called Bickle.
we hire Bickle and we get a helicopter.
The Rattler,
We
when she
just-
trying to blow up your church.
Yeah, she could do it.
And about this time, Huxton, actually probably all of you know, everybody except for Havelock, because he's never worked at Amaranth, will get a short video message sent to your comms.
Unconditional surrender. All right.
He quit,
of
chicken.
a kind of drab-looking, brunette-haired man with these like layers and layers of clothes. Not too many, just like very well bundled up. That also look like pretty well worn and used. a duster laying on top of it, and these brilliant blue neon eyes. Is sitting in a booth which you very, very clearly recognize as the Ale and Whale. The perspective of the video kind of like just shows you his face, shows you the bar, and it pans across the contents of the building, and it focuses on Louis for a moment, and just in a very low voice whispers, "You've been warned," and then winks out.
How far away from the alien whale already?
So you're still, I will say, Sparkle said about halfway, so you're probably like an hour away from the LOL right now.
Yeah.
Hour and a half.
I just look at the group as if, like, you know, there he is, right in front of the people we love. Does anybody have a reaction?
I
Did
don't feel
anybody
like-
sing Louis a note?
Well, it's his reaction to have, right? We already knew this was coming.
That's the blue-eyed man who killed everybody in Amnesia Payments, and he's sitting at the alien whale.
We're going to kill his boss. The Alien Whale's a bar. It's not hard to get into, and obviously he's going to be hunting us next.
All right. Huxton just gets on his bike and speeds away towards the alien whale.
Okay. Well, I can kind of take us into cinematics here now. Huxton, you'll arrive at the bar and find no trace of the man. You'll talk to Louis and confer about exactly what happened, and he'll look a little bit grim, but it's kind of the best that could have come out of tonight. There was no direct violence, as best you can hope for. With the sunrise of next morning, you actually go to bed and you feel your body be reinvigorated, not suffering the same penalties as before. And you guys are left with a task to accomplish. And that's where we'll end our run for tonight.
Do I get to keep the pin? Did anyone take that back?
Nope, nobody took that back. That is yours to keep.
And it's theirs to drop spells on you through.
How do you spell his name, the Johnson we're looking for?
Oh yeah, I'll write it out for you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah. So in regards for karma, you guys get a +2 because you all survived. I'm going to give you guys the +2 for completing your objectives, because to me your objectives were to meet with the with the Sealy Court and to not have anybody die. Essentially, have an amicable meeting, which actually did manage to happen. So we'll get a +2 in that regard for 4 karma. The highest dice pool I threw at you guys was actually somewhat large, so we're going to get a 3 from there. So 7 karma and no Nuyen, unfortunately.
Sorry, how much was the karma?
7 karma and 0 Nuyen.
Alright. I totally vote Sparkles as MVP.
Agreed.
What did I do?
Kept us alive.
You took those Garuda out of the sky, which drastically changed everything.
I was going to ask if those were there as just a threat.
No, they intended to use them. They were circling in. They needed to get a few more things in line before they could launch their assault. Part of that was trying to figure out your guys' location and set up their own pawns, but you guys gave them enough warning and took out those 2 pretty powerful weapons, which made them reconsider.
Man,
Yeah, that would have gone really different.
a lot of parts of that. I mean, yeah, that was good.
I'm I'm gonna use my back time and pick up a specialization for my astral denizens with the Sealy quartz.
Yeah, sure. You're gonna see more of them.
I'm going to find those little fairy things. They were adorable. And I'm gonna murder so many trees.
All right, guys. I hope everything you enjoyed yourself for tonight, and that we ran pretty smoothly, even though it was not exactly shock and awe.
I felt shocked and awed. No, it was enjoyable.
That was very good.
Any questions on my end for anything you guys need for housekeeping or anything like that?
Like 2 or 3 dozen, but I'm sure that'll come out over the next couple of days. Yeah.
That was a very social run for a very not social group of people.
Yeah.
Well, it could have gone
I
a
disagree.
really other way.
Sparkles
Like
kicked ass at it.
we could have gotten to combat pretty quickly depending on how you guys responded, which is why I kind of hedged my bets for a muscle bound team.
Very tense run. There's a lot of tension throughout the whole time there.
All right, so what was the busted light bulb?
That was what's his name, buddy with the neon eyes. That was him getting close, but not getting super close.
Oh, I was right.
Yeah.
As soon as Sparkles said it could have been the Decker, I was like, okay, maybe it was the Decker, and I was overreacting.
I
But-
roll that now that Hoxton is gonna be able to say I told you so.
I'm not. I told you so, and I'm scared, right? Because I mean, I know like that dude seems like a lot of bad news.
And he got all the way from there to the alien whale.
He's got lots of magic.
No, that's okay. That's fine. That was like that's why I thought maybe it was
He
I thought
also
maybe
probably left potentially, even if he was just on a car, he probably left way before we did. We negotiated, we went back into the thing and talked to people.
well, we weren't gonna let what's his name's driver drive. There was no way in hell I was getting in that truck
I'm
with
just
that
saying,
guy driving again.
we made 2 or 3 stops along the way, I think. We stopped at a McHugh's. He could easily have beaten us
Oh,
even
yeah.
though
No,
driving
that was-
normally.
That was a facetious comment more than anything.
I had the impression that Amaranth wouldn't have attacked us. He would have just sort of cornered us and tried to renegotiate, or were the tree men like? Can you tip that hand? Were the tree men gonna whoop our asses in an alleyway on the way home?
No, what would have happened if you guys did that was if you had allowed the driver, he was going to drive you to an alleyway, essentially, where Amaranth was going to be waiting with the neon-eyed man, and you would have been essentially extorted into telling them everything that you knew, and then depending on how you reacted and complied, they would have either murdered you or kept you around as assets. But
Damn it, we could have got him right then and there.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to get Amaranth on my terms, not on his terms.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright.
I am very much Sun Tzu. I want to declare exactly when and where this is going to happen.
I haven't shut off the stream yet, so I'm gonna do that now. So bye stream.
okay,
Thanks for watching, guys.
Bye, stream.